Hey, Sally.
Hi, Kelly. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Good.
Okay. Good evening, folks. Welcome to the Village of Mamaroneck Board of Trustees work session. I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Everybody in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is the adoption of the agenda. We need a motion.
I'll move it.
Paul? Who's this?
Victor.
Hold on. Who's saying all this? I don't know. Wait up. Hold on. Stop.
Yes, see you too.
We're getting feedback, and here I'm hearing what I said. What's going on here?
Why don't we all try to mute?
Just give me 1 second.
On our end, Augie's trying to fix. This is LMCTV. Mute LMCTV. Hey. All right.
My apologies.
We had a little technical difficulty there. I'm sorry about that. It was disconcerting to hear my own self in my own head. It's one of the few voices I actually listen to. Augie, call the roll.
Trustees, Winthrop,
No.
Natchez,
The motion is for adopting the budget, adopting the agenda.
yes.
I thought Victor had raised his hand. Did he have a comment beforehand?
No, he's shaking his head no.
Okay. There are a couple things that are on here that I'm not sure I understand why they're where they are.
Okay, how do you vote on the item?
I'd like to amend the motion.
He's already called the roll.
Then I'd vote no, so that we can amend the motion.
Trustee Lucas,
Can you be specific about why you're voting no?
Yeah, I don't understand. We have the public relations and sports time, which are items that can be discussed, but they need to be discussed in order of where we are. We took an action.
Jerry has asked the consultant to come in. And he's here tonight. And we have almost always done that. Dan, when you wrote an email this afternoon saying that you weren't going to be here early and could we not address your agenda items, I was willing to do that.
I'm appreciative of that, as we would normally do.
This is supposed to be a an efficiency generator, which I've never believed would be an efficiency generator. Today, we received a lengthy email from Stuart Teekert directing us how to use this new Adopt the Agenda tool to make our meetings more efficient. In other words, to take away any ability to do things in any sensible order other than chronologically. This is so ridiculous. I can't believe it.
Yeah.
Cannot believe it.
Nora, could you vote on the item?
Yeah, I'll vote yes, although we had discussed this 2 weeks ago and decided not to do it. So I'm not sure why it's under old business. I mean, the consultant is here, so it would be rude not to hear them, but we had made a decision 2 weeks ago. So I'm with Dan. I don't think it should be on the agenda now, but I will vote to adopt the agenda as written, which I guess we're going to take out of order to take that item first.
Victor?
Yeah, along the same lines. I actually think if we had not made this change, we were not really thinking about organizing our agenda. So here we are. We can still, dwell on it, but I just let moves forward. So I do think in this situations, it has to be put on with its date, and then there has to be some request to move the item, so that we then have an order, a rhyme or rhythm based on urgency, priority, etc. But in this case, I think that's actually what's going on. Seems so. I'll vote yes, hoping that next time, if it's a new item, it'll go in the right place, and then it'll be moved based on somebody's motion. If it's Jerry, or if it's he can make the request to us. This is one of the items I want to do. So I vote yes, but let's keep the order.
Mayor Murphy?
No. So the adoption of the agenda doesn't pass.
Make a motion that we adopt the agenda. That sports time can remain on the agenda, but on the date that it was brought to us, and that the public relations discussion be put on the agenda. I don't think it has to be on at the end of old business, but I'm happy to have it a discussion beforehand and move it up on the agenda because of the request of the manager and that there is a consultant present. That's my motion.
I mean, the open meetings law requires us to publish our agenda 3 days in advance. It seems we're just arguing over the order in which we discuss things, and we're spending time talking about this. There are time-sensitive items that come up and that are going to take precedence over old business. They just are. I really still don't understand this, except Stuart's email did enlighten me that there was, in fact, a backstory to all of this.
All right. Trustee Natchez made a motion.
Second,
Will we vote?
Trustees Winstrup,
No,
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
yes.
trustee Tofor,
You're muted.
You're muted, Victor.
Yes, so we can have an agenda and move on.
Mayor Murphy?
No. Okay, I make a motion to move item 1X up front so that we can deal with the consultant that's here right now. Public relations, marking of Army Corps of Engineers, the Mamaroneck and Sheldrick Rivers flood risk reduction priority item. And there are other items on the agenda for tonight. And I will make a motion later on to deal with them. This is just absurd.
such a waste of time. I can't believe we're doing this.
Freaking absurd.
But I'll second your motion to move something up the agenda. It's
1X,
1X, moving up.
what we call roll.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes,
Tofor,
Yes,
Mayor Murphy?
Aye. Jerry, could you introduce the gentleman?
Mayor and board, this is Bob Knight. He is the CEO, I believe, for public relations firm Harrison Edwards. We went out and discussed with three different firms. And when we had our conversation with Mr. Knight, we believe that his experience, his work with other municipalities and large municipal entities, governmental entities, as well as his personal work as a commissioner in Connecticut, works very well for us to provide us the assistance that we dearly need in order to help us with the Army Corps project. And the fact that, as you've read in my emails, I believe a large portion of our community died during this massive flood, and that we are going to start to realize very quickly issues and problems that we have of our reputation and people moving into our community, or the lack of people moving into our community, opening up businesses. And so we want to solicit the assistance of a firm like Harrison Edwards to be able to help us with that. As you know, everyone knows that we have a part-time public information officer who does a great job, but has a family and has an elderly dad that he takes care of. And he's a great guy, but he doesn't have 40 hours plus like all of us do. So we need some help. And the previous quote that Harrison Edwards provided us was soup to nuts, from start to finish, end to end. But now with my conversations with Bob and with Robert, of course, we worked out a much, much lesser cost that we could still utilize the experience and services of Harrison Edwards, but do a lot of the work ourselves, still be guided though by a professional firm. And so that's why I added to the agenda the updated proposal that Mr. Knight provided me. And then I'll let Mr. Knight go over that proposal a little bit to explain how we'd work together.
Jerry, before you do that, and before we bring in Mr. Knight, did you have conversations with the Corps about this?
I had conversations with the Army Corps, and they have turned me on to a public relations person at the Army Corps of Engineers. They also recommended that I contacted DEC. So I contacted DEC last week, and I've been in contact with their public relations. They believe that we could partner up together to work on this project, but make sure that our message is uniform, detailed, and easy to understand as we embark on a very complex and difficult project. In fact, I have a meeting early next week with the Corps and the DEC to start working on some of the preliminary specifics of this project.
Thank you. Mr. Knight?
Good evening. Good evening to the Board of Trustees and village manager and mayor and deputy mayor. Thank you for having us appear before you this evening. So as Jerry had just mentioned, we were part of a process where the village had reached out to us to talk a little bit about the flooding and some of the challenges with the release of the federal funds and the reputation of the village, future economic development, and making sure that several of the stakeholders in the community, both residential and business side of things, we're in alignment on the Army Corps project. In our analysis, there is some dissent in the ranks among stakeholders, but there's also a lot of support for the project. It's a good project. It's an important project, and lives are on the line here. There've been some some unfortunate deaths as a result of the flooding. There's been damaged business. Damage the reputation of the village. That can be debated whether there is or not, but there certainly has been some challenges. So we were identified as the potential vendor, and we were asked to give a listing of everything that would be required to be very successful in a short amount of time, including standing up a website within a month. It's my understanding that the proposal was presented to the board and was rejected based on price. So we've come back and put together a 3-month engagement with a total fee of $15,000, broken out is $5,000 per month over 3 months. And that would include a stakeholder outreach and public education plan, which would identify key stakeholders, develop key messages for each stakeholder group, right? Because when you have a big project like this, there's a lot of misinformation that could go around the community. People have a lot of opinions, and we all live in an age of social media, and everyone's a constitutional scholar on social media sometimes, right, wrong, or indifferent. So we want to, make sure that the truth is out there, it's being told, and that the facts are being disseminated, appropriately. And obviously to prep and suggest some content for social. We would be working with the media, both locally, regionally, and nationally. One of the challenges when you have federal funds like this, and as Jerry mentioned earlier, I'm a town commissioner in Richfield, Connecticut, for economic development. My company does a lot of work nationally in the broadband space, and so we deal with congressional appropriations a lot and federal clawbacks. And one of the things that I've learned over time, both in my public role, but also in my private sector role, is that appropriated funds are never really your funds until they're in the bank and you've spent them. Sometimes they can be clawed back even when they're here. So the idea is to engage stakeholders locally, within the village, but also keep the pressure up on Washington so that there aren't clawbacks like what we've seen, with some of the like particularly in the broadband world, when some of the funds were reappropriated into ARPA funds and then into infrastructure bill funds. So we want to make sure that those Army Corps funds, through I always mess the acronym of OMB or OB, whatever, Office Management Budget, really do come through and are appropriated accordingly. It's like acronym soup sometimes with some of these agencies. And so, we want to make sure that we're suggesting content for, for the village PIO, and, we wouldn't be doing the social media for it, not at this level of investment, but we can certainly offer some guidance. I think you have some pretty competent people in village staff. We would create some marketing materials like a flyer or a poster if there was a stakeholder event. And we would attend the village board meetings and conference calls with the team. Essentially, we'd be here to provide some guidance and some expertise, particularly with the federal agencies, but also in terms of when you have a big project like this, multi-million-dollar project. Again, there's a lot of misinformation that goes around, and sometimes organized disinformation campaigns. So our role would be to guide village staff and to really help with the media and to keep a sustained pressure on over time, with the agencies to make sure that that this project moves forward.
Can I ask you something? Why was one of there was a cost factor that was brought up, but also timeliness. Why is it timely to do this now, as opposed to 6 months from now or a year from now?
Sure. Well, I'll address the timeliness first, and then the cost factor. Timeliness, you want to be out in front of this as much as possible. Particularly with a large appropriation. And I think the village has done a very good job of engaging the media and political stakeholders. You had a very big press conference. You had the new governor, aboard as part of that. And certainly, our senators and congressmen. But that's a one-off. And it's that sustained campaign over time until the money is in the bank, right? Until that the actual appropriation has gone through, and work is really starting. A lot of things can happen, and particularly, if I've seen this before, particularly we do a lot of work nationally, in the broadband space. There are clawbacks. There can be, people within the community who, have an agenda and are putting things out there. Again, these are worst case scenarios. I'm not saying it's going to happen here, but you want to be out in front of this, particularly with the large scale of this project financially. In terms of the cost discrepancies between the two proposals, first proposal that we submitted, again, that was everything from soup to nuts, which is that we would be handling all the media relations, all the social media, standing up a website in a month, doing the stakeholder relations, very, very large commitment of time and professional services on our part. And so therefore the price tag was higher. Here we've scaled back the deliverables considerably because the village staff is going to be executing largely most of that.
Anybody have any questions for Mr. Knight?
I really appreciate you coming and presenting this tonight. Thank you for the time.
I appreciate the opportunity. I know that things with agendas and schedules get a little hectic, but this is an important project, and it's not that it's going to be so transformative for the village, but it's going to impact the economy, and these storms aren't getting better in this region particularly. Yeah. It's just getting worse and worse, and these 100-year storms are happening with a cadence that's it's like every 5-10 years now. And so what's gonna can we sustain, can the village sustain another storm like this 5 years from now? Is another life going to be lost? It's a very important project, and it really deserves to move forward. And again, I've seen it even recently with these federal clawbacks of some of these funds that get reappropriated. It's a huge concern. So not saying that it's going to happen here, but you want to really buttress this project, particularly with community stakeholder support and wider political support too.
I agree 100%.
Yeah, I strongly feel that this is an existential project for village, that if it doesn't get done, and this flood mitigation in tandem with other measures to do what we can to address this, we're going to lose a significant portion of this community.
Well, and it's not just a 100-year storm that's happening. Also, you've had a lot of development, upstream that's impacting, the village outside of your borders.
Yeah.
And so it's all sort of part and parcel for a wider conversation too that you can lead.
Do you on the board have any other questions for Mr. Knight?
I don't have a question for Mr. Knight, Tom, but our resolution is based on the old proposal of phase 1 and phase 2. I guess I just want to be sure that if we just take out the phase 2 section of the resolution, if A, B, C, D, E, and F not identified as as phase 1, if we're still in agreement with what we're doing here with the revised proposal, is it essentially just phase 1? And can we just change the resolution?
No, this is a completely different proposal than what was submitted.
Okay.
In the backup.
Previously.
I'm talking about in the backup. Yeah.
Nora, Susan?
Yeah, I mean, so I guess I'd like to hear, I see members of the flood committee, including Peggy Jackson, the chair here. I think that what is the assurance? I'd really like to hear from them because she had expressed that it was premature. She has had conversations with the Army Corps as well. I think this plan is happening. I think we're all committed to it. I think the federal government is committed to it. And one of the things I'm concerned with is what happens at the end of 3 months? Is the village able to maintain this, or are we going to need to keep a consultant? We are at this stage, what we really need to be doing is working with the Army Corps to they want to look at what's happened since they did the studies in 2007. They need to design the plan. They've picked, there's an alternative that's picked, but they have expressed interest in in making modifications to the plan. I mean, I think we need to be working directly with the Army Corps before we start engaging in a public relations campaign. I think we're all committed to it. I think I think with the help of Senator Schumer and the New York delegation,
presenting
there's a
Celebrate with
commitment
a Place,
to
where New Yorkers can
what
help
we need
support
to be doing
others who are
is
too sick
working
to
with the
shop
Army
or cook
Corps
for themselves
to get
this
the
holiday
design ready,
season.
because it's
More
not
info at
shovel-ready. So I'm very interested in hearing
Hold on,
about
Nora, hold on. Somebody has a radio on or TV on or something.
I'm trying to turn it off. It was off. I don't know how it got on.
Nora, go back a minute and say what you were saying.
So I'm interested in, with the help of Senator Schumer, I think the New York delegation is behind this plan, the New York federal delegation, the state, the governor is behind this plan. We're behind this plan. I think we need to be working with the Army Corps and getting the plan designed. It's not shovel ready. The Army Corps wants to make some modifications. Sorry, I have a cat now. And I'm very interested in hearing from the Flood Mitigation Committee, who were instrumental in getting it to the stage that it's at and getting it to the approvals that we got in 2016-17. So Peggy Jackson's online, and I hope she could speak.
I don't see your hand up. All due respect to the Flood Mitigation Committee, they're not PR experts either. And this, as Mr. Knight has pointed out, this battle is going to be fought on social media, and none of you are on social media in any significant way, and it's already happening, and you've seen it. So we're going to be behind the 8 ball. We're going to be playing catch up. Because I already hear the false narratives and the half stories out there. And as I said the last time, I'm playing whack-a-mole with them. And it's tiresome and it's very stressful because I'm not sure this is going to happen. I was sure it was going to happen in 18. It didn't happen. This was scheduled, there was a plan scheduled to happen in the 80s, and the village backed out of it. So I don't feel secure. And if I was living in a flood zone, I would not feel secure until I saw a shovel in the ground. No, you can call him Miss Jackson.
Thank you, Tom. Hi, board. Trust me, Tom, and members of the board, nobody worries as much.
It's Mayor Tom.
Excuse me, Mayor Tom. I stand corrected. No one worries more about flooding than I do, and nobody probably floods more than I do in the village as a resident. The flood committee is completely in support of the project, and I hope that no one misconstrues that we are. However, we've gone through the public being concerned about points over the course of this project in the last 13 years. And when we put the Corps with the residents, that seemed to allay people's fears. So my suggestion is sitting down with the Corps, finding out what can be tweaked, what cannot be tweaked, what the process would be. And at that point, if we need to hire a PR firm, I think that makes sense. Again, I think it's a small bit premature. And I think we need to get our residents and our businesses to a point where we can have the Corps come up and speak to them directly, because that's going to allay more fears than anything else and more concerns. Because you're right, people will say different things on social media that are true or are not true, but when the Corps speaks to people, they listen.
I haven't found the naysayers to be convinced by anything the Corps said in the past 13 years. And that's what we're dealing with.
Mayor Tom, there will always be naysayers, but the vast majority of the naysayers at that point in time a few years ago came around.
I think you're thinking that's really not true, because I see the same people saying the same things they said before. And they're much more organized now, and they have a website, and they're more adept at social media than anybody else on this board but me.
The decision's up to the board. I can only give you my opinion, and that's my opinion. So thank you for the time.
Thank you. Yeah, Victor.
Yes. Okay. I fully support that view, and I'll just say three pieces of background. Number one, I moved to the village in 2000. Well, I moved to the village before 2007, but in 2007, my daughter was a year old. I almost couldn't pick her up, and I remember. So I suffered that flaw at that time. Now then one of the reasons I joined the board was during the time when this project was going to the office of to the final approval of EMB, and at that time, the village was successful in convincing and winning this fight overall of why it was needed on all grounds, on technical grounds, on economic grounds, on social support ground. I was there in Washington with some flood mitigation members, some public, the former mayor, some others, and it was not just important to be in Washington. It was the preparing to go to Washington was a military operation where with the village manager, deputy manager, we worked very close and we really put together our heads so that we would go there with a united voice. There was no division. Mamaroneck was united regardless of anything. Let me put it that way. Now, this time around, while I was hit, it happened, I was away for work. Many of people I know have suffered. Basements have been flooded. People who work in carpeting, who I know, have been decimated. So I do feel this. And some comments that as trustees we don't feel this pain is really harmful. In actually, we're backfires, because believe me, I think the positive way is to really know. And actually working in this is not about social media. Actually, this is more about projects and how they get carried through. There's always opposition and not. Being an environmental lawyer and in local and international, I deal with this a lot. You get to the PR moment when you know exactly what's going to be the move. At this point, we had an old project that now may need some tweaks or not, but we need to know the status on all fronts. So that dialogue should happen, and it must happen. And here is where you really need the lead of a village manager. And he's on it. But we need to know as trustees, what is the overall plan, how this fits there. So we're all being hurt by the timeliness of this. I think we really need is to put take a step back, then put the perspective, bring the players. Our key partners are the DEC and the county. And we can meet with them. Jerry can organize a meeting and we can meet with them, or we can hear, he can summarize where we are. He already announced he's taking the necessary steps. That's terrific. Those briefings are going to take us to exactly where the project fits now and what is needed. And that's where we put the full muscle. The PR will come in just and fit right there. Then the PR firm can move actually swiftly, because we know this is what we want to achieve. This is not just a PR of why the project is needed. We already won that battle. We already won that. So let's do the overall plan. Let's keep this briefings coming on. Let's have the county, the DEC with us, the Army Corps. Then we can really know, and this plan should be developed as soon as possible. It's not delaying. On the contrary, this is looking for the actual plan and how it will be rolled in the next year. And in this case, the board and the mayor can do a lot of good things, but it's really management who's gonna carry it. But we need to know what is the plan. Then then I think the manager will get support on the PR front and knowing where the allies are. So that's my piece in here.
Anybody else? Everybody. Well, listen, this is the village manager asking for this. So I know we could support him, but I don't think there's 3 votes to move this to the regular agenda.
I would certainly vote for it, Tom.
No.
If there's a third vote, I hope. I mean, Dan, you haven't said anything. I guess you're not the third voter. You would be speaking up.
I think Nora and Victor and Peggy have made very valid points. We're in the design phase. The Corps said it'll take it 9 months to a year to do the design. We're moving forward with it. Hopefully, there's great movement to try and tweak the design to be better than where it has been. There are grounds for it. That's one of the good things that came out of IDA, probably the only good thing that came out of IDA. But I don't think we need the PR firm at this point. Later on is where I think we would need one if we, which would be much more beneficial in terms of the cost benefit.
Mayor, may I just respond to?
Yeah.
I'd just like to offer the village some advice, because it's very clear this is not moving forward. This type of engagement is it doesn't make or break us, right? This is pretty small, compared to a lot of our engagements. But I would say this: the conversation has taken off on social media, and if it is indeed going to be 9 to 12 months to get a plan together, you're going to find yourself in hot water with the public as this continues to debate. So I wish you all a lot of luck, and I hope that you will be proactive in in your endeavors in some of this, and I hope that you will, as a public official to a public official, I hope that you will engage on social media and see what's happening there, because I think it's going to make things more challenging for you down the road. But to really listen to the public and make sure that you're correcting that disinformation, because it's going to make some things that a bit of a challenge. But thank you, Jerry, for the opportunity. Mayor, thank you for the opportunity, and thank you to the board for your time. And perhaps we'll convene again at a later time. I wish you all a lot of luck.
Thank you, and I thank you for your proposal and the work, and I thank Jerry for his initiative. I don't happen to agree that the timing is right, but I commend him for the work that he does.
Okay. Mr. Nanay, thank you very much. I will keep playing whack-a-mole on social media because that's where the game is going to be played. I just want people to know and to remember that in the 1980s, the village almost had a plan. The village board backed out. Not saying it's going to happen here, but if we go through a period of a year or two without floods, people are going to be saying, "Why do you need it? What are you spending this money for?" It's already starting. It's already starting.
Well, I think you're correct. Like we see that in the broadband world. After the pandemic, during the pandemic, everyone was freaking out that their service was horrible. Now that the kids are back in school, it's sort of further down on an agenda item. So I wish you all a lot of luck, and hopefully that things will proceed as planned.
Thank you, Mr. Knight.
Take care.
Okay. Back to old business item number 1A, enforcement of multiple dwelling law. Where are we with this?
Tom, if I remember correctly, wasn't Dan Sarnoff going to update his memo on this, and didn't he tell us that he wasn't going to have that ready for us tonight?
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. We'll hold that over.
Yeah.
Public policy of private funds on private property.
I'm gonna jump in because I'm recused on this. So
Before you do that, Mr. Sposino sent an email today saying that he didn't have time to look over the work of Mark, and if we could hold off on it. So
okay.
held off. Use of rescue funds, American Rescue Plan funds. Jerry, you want to start with this?
Mayor, there are 5 principal areas where ARPA money can be used. As everyone knows, we anticipate just under $2 million. We have our first disbursement. I'm sorry, I can't recall what it was. I didn't write it down. But those 5 general areas are supporting public health, addressing negative economic impacts due to the pandemic, replacing public sector revenue loss, our loss, premium pay for the essential workers, the police officers, DPW, parks, the individuals that came to work every single day, sanitation unit, of course. Although we have volunteer firefighters can benefit from the premium pay clause, even though they do not get paid. Water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure that can be improved. So the board has to discuss and decide how they want to use the money. Another item that's not listed here in the memo that we've provided is that we can create grant opportunities for community groups targeted to recovery from the pandemic. We could utilize a grant announcement where we would manage the announcement and also the review of applications of nonprofit entities that are in the village that were impacted negatively by the pandemic. We could utilize some of this money for that. Going back to the firefighters, the volunteer firefighters, at a seminar at NICOM last month, earlier this month, whenever it was, they said that we could utilize some of this money to take the first steps of our LoSAP program, which would be very beneficial to all our volunteers who provide an awesome service for us after their day jobs. So those are the kinds of things that can be utilized.
Jerry, is there a deadline for either utilizing it or deciding how we're going to utilize it?
The deadline was Friday. It is now April of 2022, April 30th, 2022.
Thank you.
Yep.
What I'd like to suggest is that the board make a determination that the monies that we get from this should not be used for any operating reoccurring items. It should be used for non-reoccurring items like our capital projects. And I think it would be helpful if Jerry can, list the series of projects or what other projects he thinks that would be helpful on, which I think that would be a.
So we have projects prioritized 15 different ways. And we've provided that to you. So whatever project you want to move forward on, we could work on.
There's also ability to provide incentives for affordable housing development. That's
correct.
And I think that that's a timely incentive that we should be thinking about. I've said this before, and I'll say it many times again. Affordable housing doesn't just happen out of the blue. There has to be a community commitment for it. And this is a way to maybe jumpstart a project.
Well,
to help our residents who, a lot of them are out of their homes. And we have to decide whether, we're going to try and get them back in their homes and build homes for them in a safe area. We've warehoused people with affordable housing needs in the flood-prone areas, and that's not really fair. And, if we're going to keep a diverse community, we have to make a tangible effort to keep a diverse community. It's not just going to happen, and because we use the word diverse constantly.
I think that.
Go ahead, Nora.
Well,
I
I
go
know
off.
that, one of the things that Jerry had wanted to use, and I'm assuming we're probably not going to use it all on one project. I mean, we'll probably spread it around. And I know Jerry's interested in helping offset our costs in the I&I project, which I think is, our biggest, that's sort of that's the biggest expense we have coming forward. I mean, well, probably even it is the biggest expense we have coming forward because it looks like our share of the Army Corps plan could be even less than that. But what's the structure for using it for an affordable housing project? Like how far along do we have to be in identifying a project? Is it something we could earmark for a fund? So we could, sort of put money in the bank, as it were, for this? Does it have to be expended by a certain date?
It has to be expended by the end of 2026.
Yeah, so that's,
So, and could we earmark it for a project that's not, on the books yet?
One of the items is to prioritize low and moderate income workers who face the greatest mismatch between unemployment risks and compensation.
Right.
You could, of course, because you already have the low and moderate income designation in Washingtonville, in many of those areas, you could utilize that. You could utilize it for delivery assistance to workers and families. This is all off of the Treasury guidance that we have. I don't think there's going to be too many items that you may not be able to use this for, except, of course, that one item which we keep getting warned about, and that is to offset property taxes.
Yeah.
They don't want to see that.
Right. Well,
They don't wanna see that.
and that's understandable. But
Regarding the sewer infrastructure, though, that comes out of a different fund.
mhm,
I think trying to relate the impacts of COVID-19 and what it's had on our community to the order on consent and the fact that we have been mandated to do those repairs, I think is a little bit of a, it would be great if we could find some money for that, but we already have $1,087,000 for that project already, and that's just the first round. I anticipate we could probably get, since we're actually working on the project now, another $1 million+ for that in EFC grant money. I think that it's an easy solution to just throw it to a capital project, but this is an opportunity for the village to do something creative and impactful.
I just want, how
how I see it.
how do we do it if we don't have a project ready? How do we earmark the money to do this? Because I think we all, I'm sure we all think this is a good idea. But how do we structure it so that we're able to at least spend that portion of it for a project, whether it's, land acquisition?
We can dig a little deeper into it, but my understanding is as long as this money is spent by 2026, we're in good shape.
So we might be able to buy property for affordable housing. And even if it weren't built by 2026, I know that's 5 years away, but
I don't, first of all, so buying property, I think is a smart idea because we can make the purchase, we can close on that property, obviously before the deadline. Getting into the building affordable housing, the village building affordable housing might be a little, I think there are other entities that can do it cheaper, better, faster than us.
yes, we've tried that once and it was
Not well, right? Didn't go well.
Not go as well as.
but we can give grants for that.
And we can give grants for that.
We can give grants for that. People who, listen, this is in some respects found money, right? So I would like to use it to, help transform people's lives who need a hand in this community. And not just throw it towards something that we're going to do already, just to lower the cost marginally, that will really not affect anybody positively. You're talking about, $1 million on a big project like that to taxpayers, individual taxpayers, you're talking about a buck or two a year saving them, literally. But if you focus it onto people with the most need, you get the most bang for your buck. It'll be better for the community. It'll be better for all of us.
Well, then maybe we need to partner with a nonprofit.
I think that's a good idea.
But I think making it somewhat competitive based on the criteria that we develop may be a better approach, as opposed to dedicating it or or giving it to an entity that that we feel is doing, great work and all of that stuff. Let it be, if we're going to do that with some of this money, let it be somewhat competitive. Let them come to the table with the best idea that this board feels would benefit the most, and let them earn it. Really, that's what I'm trying to say. A lot of communities, Mayor and board, from my understanding, a lot of communities upstate have to do the calculation because they lost so much money during the pandemic that they have to utilize this money to be able to help offset the revenue loss. We're not in that situation. We're lucky enough to have the management and the willpower to hold back on a lot of those costs during the pandemic. We were able to survive, and we didn't lose money during the pandemic. But there's a lot of communities that have. Since we don't have to worry about revenue loss, I think a economic and social justice initiative would be the best way to go, because when are we going to have the extra money to ever do that? We're never going to have it.
No.
Kelly, you have your hand up?
I do, because as these comments have rolled in, they keep pointing to the create grant opportunities prong of this. And so I think if we can somehow flesh out what kind of project we'd like done and set those parameters and create a grant fund with those parameters, then I think, having it bid out and having some people come to us with ideas, that might be the easiest way to go about this.
And then there could be other money for other areas. There could be other money for other expenses, for other things. I mean, do we want to acknowledge the essential workers and the fact that while I was able to work from home a couple of days a week, I had employees that didn't have that luxury, didn't have that opportunity, didn't have that benefit. And I don't freely give out money to unions. Everyone knows that. But there was a period of time where I was concerned about every employee that had to come to work that could not protect themselves from this virus, and chose, very few didn't, all chose to come to work and to make sure that the village would continue to operate as people expected it to operate. So there's a lot of things here. And I think it's a great opportunity for the board. I'm not that guy who sets policy. I'm just the guy who can come up with very basic ideas. But once you give me the go-ahead, I will execute whatever you desire.
I'd like to look into the affordable housing opportunity. And I think that there's a consensus for that.
Okay, can I ask one question? How much do we expect? How many? What's the
We
total?
have Victor, we have 960,000, I believe, plus or minus, and we'll receive the same amount in 2023. June of
$1 million
2023.
now, and then another $1 million. So it's about $2 million, correct?
Yeah, almost $1 million now. We already received, and we'll get another $1 million, just close to $1 million in June of 2023, more or less June of 2023.
Gary, it's a
Can I finish? Can I finish my question, please?
Sorry.
So initially, when you proposed the sewer, because it was going to hit our finances too hard, you were thinking it was more money. Is that? Am I correct in that?
No, I anticipated more money. From this, but I also maybe the board misunderstood me. I also anticipated more money from future grant opportunities that are very close to this amount, like environmental facilities, that kind of grant money.
Jerry,
Can I finish, please, Mayor? Would it make sense? I'm finishing my questioning. Actually, just getting started, but I'll finish quickly. Would it make sense to explore this, but at the same time think about kind of keep an eye on your original idea, which is kind of what Trustee Natchez is saying, that it may be that some of these infrastructure projects may benefit. We could benefit a lot from just shaving some of that cost, because money for water infrastructure was gone from the federal government until now. It's coming out through the states. That state, but it was gone a couple of years ago. We were really in dry. It was, now we talk about this like it's happening every year. It's not granted, but it is fortunate. But the federal government giving a hand with funds for potable water, for sewage, for our infrastructure and our disposal is also not going to happen. So I think a combination of something that may be vital there to move the project so that our finances are fine, and of course be innovative and really help certain areas, certain disadvantage, the flood area. I think, of course, that is something we will all agree. But putting a kind of a little package where priority could be given to, and where it could go right away, and also have a plan to do this in the next how it would be done so that it doesn't drag more than 3 months. So how do we get to that point of designing those ideas? Do you bring them to us? How do you see that we can continue this conversation?
We have until April of 2022 to decide. Within the next few months, we could come up with, I can come up with next month, I could come up with a list of projects and initiatives that we could utilize this money, and then have the board discuss it at one meeting or multiple meetings. If it fits what the board's ideas and thoughts are, I could do that. Yeah.
But my
Thank you, Jerry.
concern is, these projects, these infrastructure projects are usually bonded over 30 years. So the benefit to the taxpayer, in the long run is negligible. But if you do it to, help somebody get a hand and get a lift into a better life, you have a more tangible impact on a person's life than, saving the taxpayer a couple of bucks, literally a couple of bucks a year at that. So although I understand the desire to cut costs on capital projects, this could be transformative for people, and negligibly impacting the cost of a capital 30-year project won't.
Right. So $1 million project cost us $80,000 a year, principal and interest. When you spread $80,000 over our tax base, it really is a couple of dollars per taxpayer. But yeah, I can come up with a menu and then have the board look at it. That's no problem. No problem.
All right, yeah, so we could have one from column A and one from column B.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Jerry.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
Item 1D, full-time village attorney recruitment. Well, I'm not going to say anything, so if somebody wants to say something, if not, I'll move on.
No, I want to say something. We tried to search, we tried to do it ourselves. It was unsuccessful. Did not come, but we, so my thought is to go to a search firm that does this type of thing on a professional basis, and to come up with it. And that's what I'd like to move forward on.
I think they're quite expensive. Dan, do you have an idea how much that would cost?
I don't know, but I would assume it's similar to what we had to pay for the search for the village manager. I believe that was in the $30,000 to $40,000 range.
Okay, let me just get this straight. We didn't just pay $15,000 to help promote a flood plan, but you want to pay $30,000 to hire a consultant to hire a village attorney, which I've never heard of in all of my history of anybody doing that.
That's correct.
Okay, that's absurd.
I respect
It's
your
such a
opinion.
waste of money. It is such a waste of money. We have a good village attorney. You know, we've tried to hire a full-time village attorney. It didn't work out.
Well,
It didn't work out when we had one. To spend $30,000 on a search firm, it's incredible.
Can I just say something briefly? I don't think getting into discussion back and forth is going to help. If there's a more clear proposal or a figure there that
Sure.
can be brought to the table, we'll discuss it. Otherwise, let's not.
I think-
Whoa. A matter of procedure. He brought up an item, we're discussing it.
Correct. That's what I'm saying. Let's see if there's something more.
As part of the backup,
If you don't want to be involved in a discussion, that's fine, but don't tell me I can't discuss it, okay?
No, what I'm saying is, if you can follow up by having more detail or more information, that's what we should do at this meetings.
Well,
That's what I'm saying. Let's decide whether we're going to move this forward next step or not. That's all I'm saying. I don't want to argue on anything.
Can I say-
Don't interrupt me when I'm having a conversation about my opinions.
Actually, I was talking, Mayor, really.
No, I was still
Please,
talking.
slow down.
What do you want, Nora?
Okay, I'm gonna suggest that we look for a search firm and discuss a proposal from a search firm versus discussing something that's theoretical. Look for a couple of search firms, whether we do that via an RFP or whether or whether somebody, I'm willing to do it, contacts search firms to see if we can find 3 search firms to discuss RFPs from search firms. So we're not discussing something theoretical, we're discussing a concrete number and deadlines.
That's fine with me, Nora. If you want to do that, you might want to talk to Jack Lusk.
Yeah.
He might be able to help you on that.
I agree with that.
I agree with that.
I think that this is a monumental waste of time and money.
Do we need to make a motion on this? I'm happy to do so.
What are you making a motion on? To do what?
Nora has volunteered to try and find search firms to get to undertake this project and have specific proposals. So bring it back to the board.
I don't think we need a motion on that.
We didn't want a work session until Nora gets some backup. It should have had backup before it was discussed.
There is backup on the agenda.
There is a
There is a motion that was part of the agenda.
agenda about what you proposed, Dan. Absolutely none.
Okay, so
There's no, hold on. There's no backup about what you just proposed. There was obviously a conversation that I wasn't privy to about what you proposed, but there was no backup.
Well,
So let's stop this, it looking quizzical, Dan. You didn't put anything on the agenda about hiring a firm.
Yes, there is. There's a motion that's attached to it, Tom.
Your motion is absurd.
Well, I appreciate that you think it's absurd, but you're saying there was no backup. There was backup. There's a very specific motion. Nora's come up with a modified approach, which is great. I have no problems with that. So don't you're entitled to your opinion, and I respect your opinion.
No, you don't.
But that doesn't. Thank you. I appreciate your thinking that I don't, but I do. I don't happen to agree with it, but I respect you having an opinion on it. And I think, if there's a consensus to move forward and we don't need a motion, fine. Well, we can have a motion. I don't care. But don't tell me that there was nothing attached to the agenda.
Dan, go ahead, Nora.
I just volunteered to do this so we could end the discussion and move on. Kelly's smiling. And we
Let's
just
move
get
on.
through this. I will do this and get back, as soon as I have some information, I will present it to staff and it can be backup. Okay,
Fine.
that's okay.
Good. And as we're moving forward at this point, I'll have to start a commute. So I will see how my connection is for the next. So I'll be, if I'm not in view, you can mark me absent, but I'll try to come back as soon as I have a stronger line, a stronger signal.
Take care, Victor.
Thank you.
Bye,
Good luck.
Victor. Sorry.
I don't know why the capital budget is still on the agenda.
Well, I think because we haven't finished our conversation about it because everybody's been so busy. And I think maybe that's going to need to be, I mean, we're getting to budget season. So maybe that needs to be a separate meeting. Does anybody think we should take it off our work session agenda and try and set a meeting where we can finish the discussion that we had? Would that be more helpful for Jerry and Augie?
What needs to be figured out? We prioritized.
What I need is which capital projects the board wants to move forward with, so that we can start working on those capital projects. I'm at the point where we've been doing this for 2 years now, or we're going into our second year of doing this. We have staff prioritization. We have a rating score under the comptroller's guidance. We have detail of every project. We have the costs, which may have to be updated since they might be 12 months old plus. We have everything we need. We just want to know from the board which projects we need to move forward with so that we can start to plan and execute those. If you want me to go to the department heads and ask them, they will say, we've already given you this information. If you ask me, I'm going to say, I've already given you the information. I think the missing piece now is the Board of Trustees deciding on which projects we are moving forward with.
So if we set a dedicated meeting for sometime in November or December, would that be beneficial to you?
Sure.
And get
Yeah.
through it and just get through it. We made progress the 2 times we did it.
Yeah, whatever method, like whatever process you want to use to decide on that, that would be great. There's no problem. I have everything we need. We know this plan inside and out, upside down. We know it already. We
Yep.
just need to know what the board's desires are on the plan.
And you can print it in a font we can read too.
Yeah, I mean, we're ready.
You did. Yeah.
We just want to know. Obviously, there are projects going on right now. We have big projects going on right now. Later on, we'll talk in executive session about, the giant project that we're doing right now. Then we'll have the Army Corps discussion early November, maybe mid-November. But yeah, these other projects need to, not only projects, but purchases as well. I mean, I'm handling the 4 police cars that were destroyed. We're handling the 2 motorcycles that were destroyed. We're handling the 3 public works trucks that were destroyed. We're handling our properties that were destroyed. We're handling all of that stuff right now. And of course, the large sewer project. We're also doing some public works projects that were initiated, when Tony was here and pushing for that. And we're involved in repairing all of our equipment that was impacted by the flood, specifically the public works equipment that was impacted by the flood. So we have a lot going on. But if the board can set aside some time, a meeting, an hour, whatever, to discuss projects that need to move forward, we will work on those after we get some of this stuff cleared up.
Why don't we try and do a work session before a work session?
Well, we have that coming up already.
Yeah.
We have police interviews coming.
No. I meant before, like a regular
I-
work session.
No, I know, but we have one of those that Nora emailed us about starting at 4:15 one day.
November 8th.
For what? The 17th and 18th, you mean?
No, November 8th.
We're going to start at 4:15. I mean, we could do it November 22nd. I actually don't think that that's that useful because it was 1 hour. We've done it a couple times and we didn't get through it. I think we should just dedicate, 4 to 7, one afternoon or evening and just do it. It's hard for staff to have to sit an extra hour to talk about this stuff. Just, do it till we're finished. Because we've tried that twice. We tried that twice when we had the in-person meetings over the summer and we didn't finish.
I'm sorry, I'm a little confused. Just please tell me.
So we tried a couple of
No,
evenings.
no. I heard that part. I mean, just explain to me November 8th. Maybe I didn't see the email.
Well,
I can't remember. Why were we starting early November on November 8th?
to look, so let's,
I don't remember starting early November 8th. I don't remember that.
I don't
But I
remember.
was missing, I wasn't here last time, so I don't
No,
know.
no. This was an email that Nora sent earlier this week. It was for
Oh.
the talk at 4:15 about something. I don't remember what it was.
Sorry.
Ah, that's right.
but I think we should just find a
Do
different,
you remember it,
if we can.
Nora?
Oh, I'm trying to find my email. Let me look.
All right, I just, you could send it to me when you get it. I just forgot, or I didn't see it or something.
All right, I want to focus. So I think let's circulate just some dates. What, Kelly?
It's Jerry's performance review. I found the email.
Oh, right, we before we'd have to do it in January, right? We have to do that, right?
Okay, fine.
Okay,
November 8th was, all right, fine.
Okay.
Filling vacancy for unexpired terms of trustees.
okay, so I think that this was supposed to be on the regular session, but it wasn't, so why don't we, I think we decided, and Bob drafted a law, there's a law attached here. So do we want to just do it for 2 weeks from now, since we didn't get it on our agenda as we were supposed to?
Wait, shouldn't we discuss the proposed law before it moves?
Really?
Is this the one that was attached, or is it a new one Bob drafted?
I believe it's the one that was attached. I don't believe there's a new one.
So it's the one that, did you draft? You must have drafted one.
Bob, can you shed some light on that?
Bob dropped out. Bob?
Sorry, I'm here. I am finding it on the agenda now.
Okay.
It's item 1G.
I've got it. This is not something we drafted.
Okay, so do we have to draft? Can you answer this question now? Do we have to redraft it? Or do you have to look at it before you
To
answer?
look at it and put it in the right form and take a serious look at it. I can do that for the next meeting.
So if it's not in the right form, you can put it in the right form?
Sure. If that's what the board wants me to do.
Yes.
Well,
I don't think you do it.
that's what we had said last week.
You know, I had asked a question last week that, does anybody know of another community that does this? Another village in New York?
I didn't check.
And I still don't know what the impetus behind this is.
So, I mean, I know lots of cities do it and all towns do it.
Right, but we're not a city or a town, we're a village.
I know, but I didn't check.
I mean, you know where I stand. I don't think Bob should spend his time doing this. So, but if I'm overruled, outruled, by a majority, I'm used to it.
Can I ask what question? Didn't we have this conversation already and the voted on it? So isn't this moving forward just for the reschedule? I'm fine with the proposal. I would be in support.
Well,
Then it can be decided and voted or debated further. But at this point,
You're
just
popping,
to have a, sorry?
you're popping in and out, and you're supposed to be on camera or the whole time. You seem to be popping in and out for when you want to address.
As I said, I'm starting to commute and I said I would drop and that's what I'm trying to do. I'm getting ready to leave.
I know.
That's why we need to know where is this conversation leading as I finish. This is going to be my last. This is simple. The clerk can check me, can check me if I'm present or not, because I have, this is the,
You can't
the-
pop in and out.
this is what happens when you are happening virtually. So I'm here. I've been here all the time since I left. I've been getting ready to go. That's it. You've seen me on the video.
No.
We
I've
haven't
been ready,
seen.
and
you
now
on-
I'm getting ready to go.
And you're coming in.
I want to know where is this finishing, and then I'll drop, and then you'll finish the conversation. I need to go right now, so I just want to check where are you? What are we doing with this item? So, and then I'll just close. I won't be popping in, Mayor, if that's your question. I don't think you should be upset by me doing what I'm doing. I think you are really. It's not correct.
I just
But,
want-
but that's for another time. All right, it's for another time. This is not a good moment for me, but it's okay.
All right, fine, bye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Are we moving this forward to the next meeting, or what is going on? Or are we tabling this? What are we doing?
I believe we had moved it forward to the next meeting at the last meeting, and I'm just looking at the minutes, but I can't find them. I got
Not
it.
just table it for next meeting, or table it and then we'll pick it
The
up,
next regular meeting or the
whatever, but then let's just have it in order. This is not correct.
the minutes are the minutes just didn't say.
I moved it, let's table this to the next meeting. Maybe that's the best way.
To the next work session?
Leave it on a work session.
Yes, of course.
Okay,
When everybody's clear what we're doing, and at this point, I will do drop off. If that's where we end my intervention. Is everybody agreeable with that? Is everybody okay in
Yes.
tabling that until next week?
Yes.
Do we need to vote on that?
No, just leave it on the agenda.
Okay.
okay.
Then I'm sorry, I really have to leave now. I hope you have a good meeting.
Good night.
Good night and thank you.
Rental registration program?
Mayor, at my previous community, we had a lot of issues with overcrowding. We had a lot of issues with landlords not taking care of their rental units that they rented and made money on. And so what we had to do was implement, right around the time that I was elected to council, a rental registration program. We created in basic terms, an annual registration and inspection of a rental unit, residential rental unit, so that the assistant building inspector could go in and make sure that GFI outlets were working properly, smoke detectors and carbon monoxide detectors were working properly, as well as any signs of overcrowding, railings, things all related to safety for the individuals who live there, plus also our first responders. And so what you have is Chapter 216, rental property from Hamilton, New Jersey, that I had asked the board to consider a couple of times to help us with the issues that we sometimes face, including the poor maintenance of the apartments and units throughout the village. Obviously, even single-family homes are rented quite frequently in our community. And I can tell you that I rent my single-family home and I pay a rental registration and I have it inspected every year. And it provides some benefit and to me and to my tenant, because it's someone else looking at my property to make sure that everything's on the up and up and my tenants are as safe as possible. That's what this is.
So I assume the staff is okay with this.
It would be the staff adding to the staff with the
Yeah.
revenue that we receive to do these inspections, which I refer to as safety-related inspections.
Because it would take more staff work to do it.
Yeah, it would be a part-timer. So in Hamilton, we inspect 1,900 units every year annually. We receive about $85,000 in revenue, and we have a part-timer doing it.
How many housing units are there in Hamilton versus Village of Mamaroneck? I don't
Similar.
know. Huh?
Similar number of housing units. There's a lot more land there, similar number of housing units, but I don't know what the rental units are here. I know what they are there.
I mean, do you think that, you know, the angels are gonna register and the non-angels will not?
So we have angels in every community. And when we find the angels that haven't registered, we, number one, get them registered, and number two, find them because they haven't registered. And if they don't register, we'll eventually catch up to them in some form or fashion. I won't go out specifically looking for rental units, but we end up coming into a lot of different situations and realize there are homes throughout the village we don't think are rental units, but in fact are.
Yeah.
I don't care how many people rent homes or how many people rent their homes. All we care about is that they're safe for people and there's not an overcrowding issue. In fact, I can't say with any confidence right now that we don't have that situation in Washingtonville right now because of what happened.
Yeah.
And I'm scared, and it's a concern. But this is a big lift. It was a big lift back then, but it worked out incredibly well because we didn't have any situations where we had public safety, first responders hurt in a fire or going into a property where we had, 15 mattresses on the first floor. We had that. We had that in Hamilton. And we may have that here in Mamaroneck. So this is a solution to a problem that is behind the front door.
Are there other communities near us that have a similar law in Westchester that you know of?
I didn't look.
I meant to look.
I didn't look. I would suspect that I may, I'll do the research on, it won't pay for me to do the research at the town of Mamaroneck or Village of Larchmont, but it would, I would like to see if places like Harrison, which have a lot of units, as well as, I don't want to go to cities, but we have a couple of cities around us, and I think they do things a little differently.
Portchester may have something.
They may, and we'll look at that. We'll look at that to see.
Jerry,
This doesn't-
I think this is a good idea. I think, for our residents to be safer and for our first responders to know what they're walking into. I mean, we saw that during Ida, I think I thank you for your work on this. I think we should go forward on this, and I think we need to make clear to everyone, this isn't a money maker for the village. We're not looking to make money. We're not looking to create another employee just, for the sake of doing that. It would be a revenue neutral in
Right.
theory. And ideally, once we, work the kinks and get it established, to be a revenue neutral initiative to keep residents and first responders safer. I think it's a very good idea.
And there will be pushback. There was pushback, but the pushback comes from the landlords that have hundreds of units. And they're the ones that don't want to pay this because it's money taken out of their pocket. But the reality is sometimes the same large unit holders, large unit owners that are not doing what they should do for these properties and for these units. That's unfortunate.
Is there a concern it's going to displace the most vulnerable, the people who have the hardest time finding housing?
So what we have to look at is it could displace 15 individuals who live in one apartment, but then do we want the 15 individuals living in one apartment? And we're talking about single men most of the time when we come into those situations. And that's just the reality.
An illegal basement apartment where somebody could die in a flood,
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just,
or an illegal attic apartment where somebody could die in a fire.
It also identifies illegal apartments that you would never look twice at a large home with, 3, 4, 5 units in that home. In fact, though, it's only registered or it's only a legal 3-family apartment or some 3-family, house or something along those lines. So this helps identify that.
I'm fine with looking, seeing how this could be implemented in the community. I think it's a good idea.
So I'll do the legwork on other communities as far as implementing it. I can create that plan. You know, I created it back then and I can create it again for the board's review. But I will look for other communities that have something like this so that we can kind of identify the pros and cons, you know, in the county, different from other places like South Jersey.
Thanks, Jerry.
So in trying to keep our agenda kind of, you know, organized, could we just have a placeholder for a work session until staff is ready?
Let's just put stuff on the agenda, like we keep it in chronological order.
Yeah,
And put on hold.
until we get the backup, until, because I don't,
On hold, I mean, there's more work, staff work to be done.
you may not have backup ready in 2 weeks. She
No.
can jump to the back of the line, but sometimes when we take things off the agenda, we then forget about them.
Yeah, we do. You're right.
Leave this on the agenda. We'll put next to it on hold until Jerry, when they're doing the agenda, says, hey, I can move forward and not take it off hold.
Then I'll send out a couple of emails. I'll make a couple of phone calls. It won't take long. And I'll have some information, whether anyone does it or whether we're trailblazers.
Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is 1I. This is something that I added a while back. When the hell did I add this? July 12th. I'm going to read this, and it's had to do with the harassment of staff. Whereas the Village of Mamaroneck, since its inception in 1895, has been fortunate to be served by excellent employees and staff. Whereas the staff who currently serve the village, from the manager, department heads, and all the employees, are perhaps the finest public servants that Mamaroneck has ever had in its employ. Whereas these employees have gone above and beyond what duty demands during these last 16 months during the COVID crisis. Whereas some of these employees have been subjected to unwanted, unfair, and unkind criticism by members of the community. Therefore, the board feels that it is imperative to voice our support for all of our employees. Resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Village of Mamaroneck rejects and condemns the toxic, corrosive, and unkind invective that our staff has been subject to, and voices our support, admiration, and appreciation for both our senior staff and all who serve our residents. I put this on there because of the harassment of Jerry, the harassment of other people, the building inspector, and it's a toxic work environment. And we are at the top of the chain. And if we don't support and defend our employees, we're going to A, lose employees, and B, lose morale. I think that this is very important to the people who work in this community for our residents, to know that they are supported by the Board of Trustees. I'd like to see this put on a regular agenda for approval in the future.
I agree wholeheartedly. This has been the subject of emails. I think a public showing of unanimous support by the Board of Trustees would go a long way towards letting the staff know that we really do not agree with what's going on, with the harassment, with the rudeness, with the outrageous criticism, and that we stand behind them. So thanks for drafting this, Tom.
You know, I think obviously we want to support our employees and our volunteers. I think we need to include volunteers. I think the language is a little inflammatory, and I had a couple of recommendations to moderate the language.
What are your recommendations?
Well, I mean, I just was, you know, we have different writing styles, so I just what, and I'm trying to, I'm trying to, I did this, I tried to do this on the screen. And I said, so I eliminated the first sentence, and to the second sentence, I said, whereas I added the entire staff, and I added and volunteers, I got rid of currently, because I think that sort of negates all the people who've served the village in the past. And I think if we say who serve the village, it encompasses the people who are currently employed, but it doesn't exclude people who were previously employed. And I eliminated from the manager and department heads and all the employees because there was no two. And so I said, our fine public servants who deserve our thanks and support, just because I thought we didn't want to be, I don't think you meant to be, but it was dismissive to previous employees. So I think it would read, whereas the entire staff and volunteers who serve the village are fine public servants who deserve our thanks and support. And then I said, whereas village employees have gone above and beyond what duty demands during these last 16 months during the COVID crisis, and then down to, therefore, the board feels it is imperative to voice our support for all of our employees and volunteers. Resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Village of Mamaroneck voices our support and admiration and appreciation for all village employees and volunteers.
But Nora, that totally takes out all of the impetus for doing it. You know, we know what's going on. You know, they have been subject to, you know, personal attacks, attacks upon their character, attacks upon their honesty. This to turn this into, you know, a vanilla, you know, pudding, it is unfair to what they've gone through. It just sounds totally innocuous.
You know,
let me finish. What I said was absolutely true. If it was untrue, then tell me.
Tom, I think you and I just have different styles of expressing things, and I personally wouldn't use the language that you use. So that's why I made the recommendation changes.
Do you think my language is wrong?
I think
this is important.
It's not language I would use. I'm not trying to judge you. I'm just saying
I'm saying factually, do you think that they have been, you know, has been unkind?
I think that no one should be unkind. I think that
Okay.
we have very different styles. I would like to make a positive resolution to support our staff. And that's, Tom, I think we just have different styles.
What are we supporting them from? You're not putting anything in there about the harassment that they have endured. You know, and the harasser is Stuart Teakert. And we know that. You know, and it saddens me to, you know, have people who are leaving, to have people who, you know, are on the edge of their seat all the time, and to have us not acknowledge the elephant in the room. You know, it's the constant daily harassment. Kelly, you got your hand up.
You know, I don't think it's a matter of style, Nora. I mean, there may be stylistic differences between what you proposed and what Tom proposed as well. But I think, you know, without addressing the harassment, we're really, it is just a vanilla resolution that seems to be like, you know, annual appreciation day. I mean, just today, the village manager received an email and the first sentence was, I am writing because as the village manager, even after 2.5 years on the job, does not appear to have a clue about New York FOIL process. That is so demeaning and awful. And it's this stuff comes in once a week, if not more. I mean, I think we have to address it. I think we have to condemn it. We have to reject it. And we have to let all village staff know that we're not behind this, that we don't accept it in any way, and that we find it outrageous. So I think we have to use, you know, style is one thing. This is a content issue.
You know, I think it's a slippery slope to use a public position to criticize an individual resident. We are all public officials. I think that we are using a public forum to target an individual, whether we, and I think that it would be completely appropriate for us to show support for staff. I'm not sure. I don't think we should be targeting individuals, whatever they do. I don't think I don't think that's a good use of our public office. And while I may not agree with someone's behavior, while I may not always agree with staff's behavior, I am not going to point out incidents at a public meeting that I disagree with.
You know what, I'm sorry, but you know, this is dealing with what's actually going on, right? You know, I'll tell you, this was inspired by an errant email that was sent to staff that accused the village manager of being dishonest. But he got it. And I wrote this soon after that. People who are public servants, you don't have a right to just kick them around constantly. And we can't stop it. I realize that, but we can speak out against it. And to say, you know, we can't speak out against it, well, we know where it's coming from. And, you know, we know where the negativity resides. And it's just, you know, I don't get it. You know, I maybe it's a different perspective. I played a lot of team sports, and you know, even if I didn't like the player on my team, I stuck up for the player on my team because that's just the way it worked. You know, and these folks look to us, and they look to us to you know, guide them. They look to us for, you know, sometimes you have to protect them. And to just send out a, you know, and everybody's great, and you know, we're all doing fine resolution, I have no interest in that, because this is what actually is happening. And to not acknowledge what is actually happening is to ignore it. And it's just, you know, we have lost people because of this. We have lost good people because of this. And that's a shame. And it goes on and on. And you can't stop somebody, and you can't, you know, keep people from, you know, saying what they're going to say. But you definitely can point it out and protect the people that work for you. I'd be open to, you know, modifying it, but I'm not gonna support, you know, this is just, you know, everybody's doing great and there's no issues and we love you all. I mean, there's a reason I wrote this.
Well, do you want to try and work out a different resolution? Take some time and do it for the next meeting, or?
Yes. But it's not going to be, you know, we're just all, you know, getting along great, and you know, there's no problem here. We just love everybody. You know, people are under attack, and you know, to act like they're not does a disservice to everybody in the community, especially the people that have worked long and hard and put in an extraordinary amount of hours in, quite frankly, the darkest days of this village, both with COVID and with what we have gone through with Ida. And to get, you know, people who are just constantly picking at them and constantly attacking their character. You know, it wouldn't be so bad if they attacked their work product, even though they don't have the consummate ability to judge it. But when they attack their character and they attack who they are as people, it's just outrageous. And I won't stand for it anymore. And if that hurts a person's feelings, so be it. But you know, we have 200 employees in this community who, you know, don't deserve to be kicked around every morning.
I agree. No one should be kicked around. I agree. Everybody should treat everybody else with respect. I don't think Stuart Tiekert is the only individual who is not treating people with respect. I am not interested in naming names or naming incidents, but I think if we're going to have a pretty honest conversation about how people treat each other in this village.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
So I'm happy to work with you on different language if you'd like to do that.
I'll work on a draft, but it's not gonna be, you know, the old Coke commercial.
Okay.
Westchester County report to resurface 1K, resurface Mamaroneck Avenue. Oh, 1J, I'm sorry. Interim report on the ad hoc ethics code. I think we should have the ad hoc ethics code in for the next meeting.
Yeah, I was going to make that recommendation. And because I think that, I mean, I know we've all read this report. You know, I don't, because I participated in, you know, because the meetings were on Zoom and I was not moderating it, but I was running the Zoom meetings for them. I'm very familiar with it. And I think it's time, you know, that we may all have some questions for them. And I think we should invite them to the next meeting or the meeting after, whatever convenient for the bulk of them to, to come and, you know, answer any questions we might have. It would be nice if anybody had a question to be able to send it to them ahead of time so they would, you know, be able to think about it.
Well, I have a question for the village attorney. I don't want to do it tonight, but can you consider how the discussion on ad hoc ethics committee, how would that fit in with the litigation that we're now under, especially since in that litigation, the judge found that the village law is not overly vague. So just think about that for the next meeting.
And I also know that they have worked on trying to think about some language for modifying the law. But I think they're, you know, waiting for comments because obviously they're not going to try and redraft anything until we have given our comments. So do you want me to get in touch with the chair and invite them to either the 8th or the 22nd, whichever meeting is better for them?
Yeah,
That's fine with me. Yeah.
And do you want it to be regular meeting or work session?
work session.
Okay.
1K.
They tended to meet at, I think, 6, so maybe we would have the midpoint in a work session. Okay, I'll take care of that.
1K, Westchester County project to resurface Mamaroneck Avenue. We're all with this, Jerry. Where's Jerry?
I think he's,
As far as an update from Westchester County,
Yeah.
or adding some items to that project, because I won't have an update on that. Dan was working on that with county engineering and the legislator's office. I think this was about complete streets and adding some items to the project.
I think it was adding on all possible all-way stop or all-way crosswalks, and maybe some a pedestrian crossing section in the middle, and maybe a bike path. Is that your recollection, Kelly?
Yeah, and we had also asked Matt Carmody to like give us something in writing about some of these issues so that it could be part of our backup. And
Right.
as of last meeting, he had, I know that Dan Sarnoff was going to get some additional information from him.
One
Right.
one of the open questions was on Hoyt, not Hoyt.
Waverly?
Waverly and on Mamaroneck Avenue, whether a four-way stopped light was considered in their views on that.
Yeah, I mean, the backup that we have says flashing pedestrian signs, blah, 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 and then Fenimore, oh, forget that piece. But I think there was some additional information we were looking for from Matt on this.
And
So Waverly has a 4-way traffic light.
mhm.
It also has, in the plans that I reviewed, an upgraded crossing with the crossing at Waverly and Mamaroneck Avenue on the correct side of the intersection. I don't know what else.
Jerry,
can
what
do
the
for that?
specific question that's been asked for the last few weeks is to have, similar to other intersections like Boston Post Road and Berry Avenue, which is a red light, four red lights for crossing.
And Matt was going to think about that, right? That was part of Matt's task, I think.
Yes.
The 25-second all stop.
Yeah,
Okay, that's an easy one. I don't think that that's much of a concern there. But we'll talk about that, but I don't have an update from that, nor do I have an update from Matt.
Understand.
What is the time line for the county?
Will be paved last, especially in that section, partly because of the way the county bid out the project and proceeded. They'll start at White Plains and then they'll end at our railroad bridge. And that looks like the June timeframe, right around the time when school. So I gave them multiple restrictions regarding the school and Mamaroneck Avenue School. And so as soon as school ends, that's when they will show up in Mamaroneck doing from basically waterworks down to the railroad bridge.
and Dan Sarnoff was going to follow up, since that's been delayed, about whether we could paint the crosswalks in the interim because they're so pale.
Okay.
But then he was at NICOM and now he's away. So I haven't, we haven't heard back from him, but that was on the list too.
I recall that, and that was the county telling us that we can paint the crosswalks anytime we want. So we'll set that up.
Okay, thanks.
But we have replaced, because the reason I say we can set that up is because we've replaced the painting equipment that was damaged
Right.
during the flood.
And we have a painter.
We have a painter, and now we purchased the equipment, so we're ready to go.
Okay, thank you.
Relocating parking. Are we waiting for something for this?
We're waiting for the final design. So, and we had Spinelli working all over the village on a lot of projects. So we finally have them working, or we finally received the survey for this location. And so now Matt said that he needs 30 days to get the designs to us.
So this is the recommendation to move parking across the street?
They'll be to push parking off the corners.
No, wait a minute. Is this,
I think this is something different, Jerry. I think this is
Oh,
one
this-
L. One
Oh, I
L.
see. This is the other side.
Yeah.
This is the
Prospect
this is the
Avenue?
other side. Oh, yeah.
Or piece of it.
Yeah. I don't remember this. I do remember this. I'm sorry. I do remember this. This is the report that the board asked us to get Matt to do regarding the Prospect Avenue parking from one side to the other side.
I don't think the board asked for it. It hasn't been, we haven't discussed it yet. This is the first time it's really been we've gotten to it on our agenda.
No, the board did ask for it.
Yep.
We were during meeting where all those folks came.
Well, yeah, well, I mean,
Yep.
I don't think we asked, we didn't discuss it. We said it wouldn't be discussed till September. That's all we said.
Oh, it definitely wasn't discussed, but at that meeting, you said that we would, we want to see.
We did ask Matt to weigh in.
Yes, we did.
Right.
Well, I mean,
It doesn't matter because he has weighed in.
yeah, I mean,
He has weighed in, and he said that there's no negative impact to it whatsoever, moving it from one side to the other. But the board has not discussed it. You're exactly right.
right. And I think the traffic commission really should be discussing. I mean, it would be my recommendation to have the traffic commission discuss this, because I think traffic commission discussed it without all of the parties being there. And I think the part of the problem is there isn't harmony in the neighborhood. And so I want to make sure the traffic commission is committed to the decision that they made before it gets to us.
They are, because they did vote on this, and I've talked to the chair, and I know that Robert had suggested that some dishonesty had occurred at the meeting, which had not, and the the rest of the committee was not looking to reopen this. They feel their recommendation has been made to the Board of Trustees and that they're ready to move on.
The,
And it's really up to us now to discuss it. So I think we should discuss it.
I think if we're going to discuss it, we really need to hear from the residents because we've heard a lot from both sides and not everybody feels their voice was heard at the Traffic Commission. So I think that's significant. So if the Traffic Commission isn't interested, I don't know what happened to the Traffic Commission and I don't know what Robert you're talking about. Is it Robert Stark who's on the Traffic Commission?
Yeah. So I think though that the Board of Trustees can hear from residents. We've already heard from several of them, but it's on our work session agenda. We haven't yet had the discussion. And I think we now can begin the discussion. I think we have what we've asked for and we can start the discussion and invite neighbors to come in whenever we'd like. But I think we need to start discussing it or just decide we don't want to go forward with this and just say, no, we're not going to change anything. But I think we can start the discussion.
it's on the agenda to discuss.
Yeah, it's on the agenda, but what's on the agenda is just the traffic report, not all the comments that we've had as backup.
But we never put like all the emails as backup.
No, but it would be, helpful. Because there were a lot of emails and a lot of them were in July and September. Okay.
You want to hold it and have the emails?
Well, I think it would be beneficial to have the conversation where we're discussing it with residents.
Yeah, but Nora, how that works is the Board of Trustees decides to put it on the regular agenda.
Yeah, if we decide to do it, I would like to look at, I've looked at the traffic study this go round. I didn't compile all the comments. So I would like to go back and look at the comments. I would like to go back and look at the comments.
All right, why don't we hold it? And truthfully, I'm just not, I don't want to start a civil war on Prospect Avenue. And it was unfortunate that people,
I don't either. That's why I say, it may be the decision of the board that we just don't want to go forward with this. That's perfectly fine.
I'm not persuaded, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure what this gets. I'm not sure what the benefit is.
Well, it gets 6 additional, and I'm not advocating for it. It gets 6 additional parking spaces, and Matt says it could make things safer. I'm not sure how much safer.
Yeah, it's a.
I think it's.
You know what?
Do it or not.
As far as I'm concerned, this isn't worth the effort.
I tend to agree.
Okay.
I'm for just not moving into the regular agenda, and I appreciate the work that the Traffic Commission has done, and I don't disagree with their work, but this just isn't worth the civil war on Prospect Avenue, as far as I'm concerned, because it's marginal improvement.
I'm with you.
Yeah, for mad at each other for for eons of this. Perhaps there's another way that we could make it safer for the people who talk about having problems pulling out.
I'll tell you one thing that constantly comes up at the Board of Traffic Commissioners, and that is that people have a hard time coming from their driveways into the street because cars park too close to the driveway curb cut. And so sometimes, people flail the driveway at the end to create for themselves a little buffer where cars can park. But sometimes people just don't want to go to that expense or bother or feel like they can't do that. And so one thing we might consider is a resolution that limits, that prohibits parking within a certain number of feet, 5 or 10 feet from the perpendicular end of a driveway where it abuts the street, which would kind of even the playing field for people who have flails and don't, and give everyone a little bit of a buffer at the end of their driveway where cars could not park. I mean, I think that's something worth discussing. When it has come up in the traffic commission in the past, there's always this trade-off. Well, then you're going to lose some parking places on the street. But that's exactly the kind of trade-off that we as a board should be discussing, right?
There's another, I mean, I hear what you're saying. I live on Richbow Road, which might be the hardest place to park in Mamaroneck. Luckily, I have a parking spot, but when you pull out of my parking area onto the street, there's a big mirror that gives you better visibility. And that also might be a tool that we could use. That it's kind of, it gives you a panoramic view of what's coming back at you. And
I forget the reason that mirrors are really looked down, are really frowned upon in Shannon's expertise area, but they are. I forget the reason, but it's worth asking and learning the reason.
Okay. All right, but I'm not up for this. Myself, just it's more bothering than it's worth, and I don't want to not appreciate the traffic committee's work. I really do, and I think that they were doing it for all the right reasons. And this kind of like alleged nefarious plot that was talked about or alluded to, it just doesn't exist. They're just trying to do their job.
Right.
But I don't want to create more disharmony on Prospect Avenue. So I'm not for moving forward.
Okay. No argument here.
I would agree with you.
Yeah. We're unanimous.
Yes.
We are.
Tonight. Let's try and do one. With 7 o'clock, we have to do the stuff that's on for the regular. Weekend code enforcement.
Mayor, over the years, 2 years, we've discussed different code enforcement issues that come up at night, come up during the weekends, and different times when individuals know that the code enforcement employees are not working. To that end, I was able to work out with our code enforcement officer 2 nights a week where they would work until 9 p.m. They'd come in at 1 and work until 9 p.m. And that has addressed a few things and a few issues. We now have a new tree law. And I believe that there'll be a lot of tree cutting that goes on Saturdays and Sundays. We also had code enforcement questions from the board regarding dogs and dogs on leashes. But we have employees that go out into parks and work for an hour or two and walk through or ride through the parks on the golf cart to make sure that people are abiding by the leash requirement. That has been working well. We have a very bright young man who lives in the village who changes his hours and changes the time that he goes down there to do that. So that is working well. But we still get some unauthorized building going on weekends. We will definitely get trees cut on weekends. And so there may be a need for Saturday and Sunday for weekend code enforcement. We have some part-timers now. One of them has expressed interest in going full-time. And in that conversation I had with that individual, he is willing to make Saturday and Sunday his full-time, 2 of his 5 full-time days, so that we would have code enforcement on weekends during the day. I think we will quickly see a lot of trees being cut down on weekends. That's going to be problematic very soon. I experienced that where I used to work, where we had a tree law, and police officers typically are doing something else instead of chasing after a tree that's being cut down. So that's the opening of the discussion.
And what would be the cost here?
We would be adding 2 additional days for an employee plus benefits.
Okay.
Approximately $40,000.
So I just, along that note, we used to have like fiscal impact as an, as a category on our agenda item title sheet. And I'm wondering if we can put, like, it says there is fiscal impact there, but it's not explained on this.
Yeah, I can give you that.
You did, but I'm just saying.
I can give you what the direct cost will be to the penny. Sure, no problem there.
Maybe that's like, good to do.
Yeah.
And, I understand the police can't do this,
No.
they can't. But on the other hand, if the police are driving by on the weekend and they see that a tree is being cut down, is there an easy way for them to check to see whether there's a permit or give a heads up to the code enforcement person? Because the police are driving around.
The police officers' software and systems, Nora, are very separate from our systems on purpose.
Okay.
Yeah, so we really they don't have access to our stuff. It's not that they couldn't have access, they just have access to their stuff and their information.
I guess.
And they run separate systems as far as, license plates, things of
Right.
that nature. It's
Well,
very different.
That makes sense, but is there a way, is it a burden for the police to, when they see a tree being cut down on the weekend, to let the building department know?
It may be best, it may be best for Chief DeRusa to answer
Yeah,
that.
that's like-
I would only be guessing.
I think that's a question for the chief.
Yeah, as staff, non-police, non-uniform staff, we could easily share tree removal permits with everybody. I can share them with everyone. I can share them with the park the parks foreman if he's out on weekends and identify. I could share with everyone every week.
Right.
Police officers, I'd have to let Chief DeRusa answer that. Not really sure.
It just seems like they're the eyes and ears of the village.
I think our situations are going to be where residents are going to be calling us up on weekends or emailing us, not calling, emailing us, asking if this tree or a series of trees has been authorized to be removed. Typically, we may get 1 or 2 of those calls on street trees during the year,
Mhm.
but there are going to be people cutting private trees all the time now. And so I think we need to prepare or at least discuss preparing for that before it becomes a critical situation.
And then I think we have to notify people about how they inform the village, because calling the police may not be the most efficient way of doing it if the police aren't the enforcers. It's an extra step for the police.
If the call does go to the desk and the police are aware that there's a code enforcement official, they will contact that code enforcement official.
Yeah.
Who will be mobile and have access to, have the ability to go. They won't be in the office doing office work, I could tell you that,
Okay, do we want to put this on the agenda for 2 weeks from now to approve?
I just have a question for Jerry before we move it. So you're proposing, Jerry, that we create, that we move a part-time to full-time.
Yep.
Do you think it doesn't make sense to create another part-time position to do this?
No, because then I'd have to get that part-timer to work on weekends, and that's going to be tough.
Okay.
Have we explored that at all, Jerry? By chance?
No, I haven't put a job announcement for weekend code enforcement. I haven't done that. But I do want to have someone who's familiar, who's been around for a while, and who has been working here better part of 2 years.
So
to be able to work with that.
you don't want to hire someone who's simply a Saturday, Sunday code enforcement person, because that
We could
person
try.
no, I'm just saying that person wouldn't, for the reason that person wouldn't have a relationship with staff or the building department, or basically the department itself, or the work habits and policies.
No, so that individual would only be coming in Saturday and Sunday. He'd never have contact with his boss. He would never have
Right.
contact with the other staff. Right.
That's not
right.
ideal. That's not
It's
ideal.
not ideal.
All right, I'd like to move this to 2 weeks from now to the regular meeting. Is there a consensus for that?
Yes.
Sure.
I'll have the cost, Mayor, exactly what it would be to move that individual up.
Have the cost in the resolution that we'll have to
Yep.
adopt.
And then, we have to modify the budget, I assume?
It would just be an amendment, an amending resolution. No problem. No
Okay.
problem there. Yeah.
Let's go to stuff that is on new business that has to be on for tonight. Because it's 7:04, we have to do a short executive session, and then we need a little break before we go to the main event.
Mayor, I think we have the parks.
Yes, we have Mr. Parks on.
I think he's on.
Jason?
There he is.
Hi, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go to item 2A, proposed recreation fees and charges, recreation supervisor to attend. Jason, I'm sorry, I would have gotten to you earlier. My bad.
No worries at all.
Jason, you want to go through your thinking here?
Sure. So Mayor and Board, thanks for having me. We worked with myself, Jeff, the Parks Foreman, and Jerry and Mr. Sarnoff all sat down, and we went through a fee schedule that we've previously used and made some changes to this year's fee schedule, which I believe I provided you in a memo and on an Excel spreadsheet. The main points here are that we are going to raise the field rental revenue from $27 per hour to $30. That's for village sports organizations. And then we're going to change the non-resident. We didn't have a non-resident rental for fields. We're going to bring that to $75, which we got to those numbers by basically researching what the other municipalities around us are charging for fields. And 30 is lower than 98% of the municipalities, but working with the Parks and Recreation Commission and the sports organizations, they felt that we needed a gradual increase of a few dollars per year to get to that $35, $36 per hour. And then we increased our non-resident.
Can I just ask a question where you are there?
Sure.
On the fields, what would be the break even?
In terms of revenue?
Yes. To expenses.
Right. So last year we spent almost 130,000 on maintaining the field, and we brought in somewhere around 60. So it's about half. We're bringing in about half. I think the Parks Department and Jerry both think that cost is going to go down now that we're doing our maintenance in-house. But I still don't think that the 30 is going to make us whole in terms of the revenue matching up with the field maintenance right now.
No.
But as the fee increases, we hope to kind of get there, but we also don't want to, put a burden on the sports leagues who take care of our kids. And then that would also increase the fee to participate in that sport. So it's kind of a gradual increase.
Well, we should be at a $40 to $50 fee right now. And we're well below that.
What percentage of the people using the field are village residents versus non-residents? Do we have
sports permits are all residents. I mean, there could be Larchmont Mamaroneck Little League or Larchmont Mamaroneck Football Club, which is soccer, could have Larchmont Mamaroneck kids, but the permits are all, I'd say it's easily 75% of the kids on those fields are village residents right now. Without having a number of rosters in front of me, I think that's a good number. It's majority are residents. And if they're not physically resident of Village Rank, they live in the town or Larchmont.
Let's just keep moving down.
So I said the beach fees, we raised the non-resident beach membership fees and parking up. We did not raise any of the resident fees for beach.
What was it before?
What was before for beach? So it was 100, now it's 110 for non-residents. And then that's parking, and then 120 for an individual resident. That's the whole season. And then 260 for a family non-resident.
Mm-hmm.
What were they before?
225 it was before.
Oh, before last year, we went up from.
No, what are we increasing it from now? From this increase, what was it, this summer?
For beach specifically?
Yes.
Okay. The non-resident went up to 110. It was 102. So it went up $8.
That's what I'm
for
trying.
Parking. That's for parking.
What about individual membership?
It went, for an individual membership, went from 100 to 120.
Okay,
And then from family, I think it went up quite a bit. It went up, I think we were at 200, now it's at 260, I
okay.
believe.
That's
And that's non-resident only. No resident fees were increased.
good. Okay, good.
And then the fall softball went up $50, which that fee hasn't been increased in the 6 years I've been working here, so it was long due. And then we also changed our gay camp fees. We raised them slightly. The PRC voted, and they felt like we had a great camp this year, and we did well on our break even aspect. But that if we were going to institute additional busing like we've done in the past, which we didn't have this year, if we were going to bring back discounts for certain groups in the village, that we would need to increase the fee slightly. So they felt like doing that, and it amounts to like $100 or so for the resident, and about $200 for the non-resident.
Okay, gotcha.
And that's it for the fees that we changed. The PRC did vote unanimously to approve this specific fee schedule.
Well, you also changed fall softball, right?
Yeah, fall softball went up $50 from 700 to 750 per team.
Okay. Okay, great. Does anybody have any problems with moving us on to the regular agenda?
No, thanks, Jason.
Oh, thanks for having me.
Thanks, Jason. Jason, I'm sorry it took you so long. It took me so long to get to you, too, kid.
Well, Mayor, I love government, so it was a learning experience. I think that was the right answer. Bye.
Yeah. Oh, that's the right answer.
You're impressing me more and more every day.
Yeah.
And you can't dazzle them with brilliance. IMA Westchester County Positive Youth Development Grant. Jerry?
Mayor, this gets us money from the county
Right,
to hire youth for our summer camp program.
right.
I think we're in the neighborhood of just over $9,000.
Okay, so this is really just money we're getting from the county.
Yep, money we're getting for the county for like counselors, lifeguards, essential camp staff.
Great.
We
Does
should
anybody
just say,
have any- I'm sorry, go ahead, Nora.
we should just say thank you.
Yeah, it's nice.
Anybody have a problem moving this?
No,
No, thank you.
thank you.
Okay, Hillside Avenue sewer replacement, Jerry?
We're working on the Hillside Avenue Bridge. As everyone knows, this is our opportunity to eliminate an underwater sewer line. It greatly simplifies the design of this project. It is I think 380, I don't have the number in front of me, 385,000. Right. So based on the project where we are right now, this is the time to do this work. We are the managers and responsible for the sewer system in our village here. And so this is a change order to an existing contract with Green Mountain to perform this work.
And just let me point out, it's in the backup, that this is a 6-inch sewer line, and we will be replacing it with an 8-inch sewer line. And if there had ever been a break in the sewer line, we would be required to replace it with an 8-inch sewer line because the county does not want any more 6-inch sewer lines.
Right. Plus the underwater sewer situation is precarious, to say the least.
We had that situation in the village before, where an underwater sewer leak.
So Jerry, this is not part of the Hillside Bridge contract? This is
No, this is a change order to our existing sewer remediation project, who has the equipment and the manpower in the village to do the work.
I understand, but it's what we're doing is removing costs from the Hillside project that had the sewer line in it, did it not? To continue under the bridge?
I don't think it did.
No.
I don't think our bridge project had the sewer line replacement in the project.
Okay.
It is currently under the water. It's not on the bridge.
Mhm.
Well, but I think it says, given the need to complete the sewer replacement before major bridge replacement work begins, village is moving forward as sufficient appropriations exist within the contract award through the $500,000 allowance for miscellaneous work. So
That $500,000 allowance is in the sewer remediation project, not the hillside project. We have $525,000 in miscellaneous work
the INI,
in the INI project that we
Okay.
have with Green Mountain.
okay. And
So
so
we
that-
have money in the project, but we would be utilizing all of the miscellaneous additional work line that could come up, and we're still, we're still working on the project.
I'm with you though, Nora. I found that,
Yeah.
I had the same reading as you did.
Okay. Is everybody fine with moving this to the regular agenda? I am.
Yeah, sure.
Dan, yeah.
Thank you. Renew sports time agreement. Jerry?
I'm not sure if this is something that I have a lot to talk about on, but the reality is life gets in the way. We have disasters, we have COVID, we have other things that we need to address before we work on items that we wished we could have worked on in the last 2 years. And so if the board is desirous to just re-up for another 2 years and give us a little time, I can't say with much certainty or confidence, though, with the fact that I'll be working on a giant FEMA application that I'm still very involved in public works. I'm very involved in public works projects, that I could do much work on this in the next 2 years. If you want to go two by two, that's fine, but I'm not sure if you've given any thought to extending it even past 2 years.
I'll tell you I think we did do a 2-year extension last time, and obviously then like the world fell apart.
Right.
So I think a 2-year extension again would be, extremely helpful. As you know, the renewals start at the beginning of the year. I know that sport time is, we just keep putting a Band-Aid on these courts, and at some point we need to really address rebuilding them, or how many we rebuild, whether we make one of them into some other kind of sport court or space. I know that the ad hoc year-round rec committee has been working on this sporadically when meetings were allowed. There have been discussions about all aspects of this, but we just need some more time. And I'll add that it looks like the revenue from sport time for the past year will be really good. And so I would hate for us to lose that and let things fall apart. So I would just suggest that we keep things going the way they are for another 2 years, so that we can keep getting the money and keep working on what to do long-term.
Mayor, if I could, it's hard to lose this kind of revenue when we're still rebuilding from the pandemic and the court and the parking meters and those big number of items that we're still trying to rebuild from.
I'm fine with putting it on the agenda. What about Nora? How about you?
I mean, I don't think we have any choice. This is, we don't want to have no tennis, and we can't organize anything else in the short term. I mean, it's one of the casualties of the pandemic that we weren't able to make this happen.
Okay, Dan?
I'll go along with it.
Okay, so put it on, it's on for the regular meeting. The last thing on for regular meeting is upgrade replacement of access control system at Station 1. That's the new firehouse at 146 Palmer. There was a fob issued during Ida, where some of the senior staff were locked in, and we were going to have to blow the door to get them out.
That's right. We were ordering explosives to get us out. But the reality is that the access control system there for a firehouse that now 3 companies use, plus village staff when we have to activate the EOC, becomes problematic. It's a computer controlled system that can be set for timers, for security, because there's a lot of sensitive equipment in that facility. But it also allows us to now eliminate all those bugs and issues with the original system that was put in. You'd have to remind me when that place was built. I can't remember. But
2007.
this 2007. So this is a capital item that the fire department has asked for. It's a capital item off the list that they had approached the village with several years ago. And we've gotten everything we could out of it, including getting locked in. So now we need to address replacing that. The upgrade only comes with the fact that it provides more access to more individuals, including the police department and others.
And where is it? It's coming out of our
It would be
reserves because it's capital?
it's a capital item. Yeah. It would come out of future funding. It could be part of future funding. It could just come out of reserves as well. Whatever you want.
Seems necessary and it's not horribly expensive.
I mean, we need to do it. That's-
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
Okay, let's put it off the regular agenda. Thank you for moving those items. Now, I'd like to entertain a motion to go into executive session to discuss two issues. The one is an appointment to the planning board. It is anticipated that a motion will be offered to enter into executive session pursuant to 105(1)(f) of the New York State Public Officers Law. And the other is to discuss potential litigation with Save the Sound. I think that's some new information.
Mayor, I think that's actual pending litigation.
Actual pending, no, okay.
Yeah.
To discuss, you're right, to discuss pending litigation with Save the Sound.
Okay.
I make the motion to discuss.
Second.
Augie, please.
Trustees Winthrop,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy?
Aye. Boy, you need to get us back on this.
Yes.
I'll see you in 2 minutes.
I need to set this up real quick.
Break time. I'm gonna heat up some lasagna and meatballs and stuff. Do you want any?
Good, I had a meatball sandwich today.
Nice.
Go. Solid. I'll take care of all that too.
All right, I'm just gonna get this warmed up and then I'm gonna go pee. And we'll sit and eat, about 8 o'clock, so the 30 minutes.
Oh, that's a nice break.
Yeah.
Oh, Seahawks, that's what that is. Well, where do they work so cold? It must be Seattle, right? Yeah. Because New Orleans is indoors. Does the garbage have to go up tonight? What do you think? Or are we good till Friday?
When was the last time it was up?
I have no idea. I think last week I took it. I don't know, maybe 2 weeks. I don't know. I think this is okay. Yeah, it's okay.
Good evening. We're just, whoa, you know what, I shouldn't have muted.
Your mic's on.
Hello? Yeah, I see that.
Mute your mic.
My mic is muted. What about this thing here? My mic is muted. Sound on there. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay, get us up over there. Thank you, Augie. Okay, good evening. We are waiting for one more board member, Trustee Wenstrup. Trustee Tefor cannot make it tonight. He has a family situation that he must attend to that happened rather quickly. Wish him the best of luck. Let's get Kelly on the line here. Or you mute me for a second. Unmuted. All right, Kelly is going to be on in 1 minute. So we'll just give her a minute. You know what we could do before we start the regular meeting? I need a motion to end the work session.
So move.
Second.
All in favor of ending the work session?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. And Kelly is on.
Sorry, in the bathroom.
No problem, no problem at all. Good evening and welcome to the October 25th regular meeting of the Board of Trustees. Thank you all for coming. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Aye.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
One nation.
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
We still have that reverb sound.
Is it coming from here? I think it came from somebody else. Okay. Good evening. I need a motion to open this meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Adoption of agenda.
I make a motion to adopt the agenda.
Is there a second to the motion?
So move.
Is there a second?
Dan seconded.
It said so moved.
Second.
Oh, sorry.
We call roll.
Trustees Winstrup,
No.
trustee Natchez,
Yes.
trustee Lucas,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy,
No. So what we do is we just go on the agenda that's printed. Who's humming?
I'm sorry about that. I will stop. I don't know who's humming. I apologize for them.
Communication to the board, round one. Who has the hand up here? Okay. Mr. Quiros. Unmute yourself, Mr. Quiros.
Mr. Quiros, unmute yourself.
All right. Let's go on. Okay. Public hearing. A public hearing on PLH 2021 prohibiting cannabis dispensaries and consumption licenses in the village. Is there a motion to open this public hearing?
So move.
Second.
Augie, please.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy,
Aye. Okay. The board has put this on for a public hearing about whether the village should be able to open cannabis dispensaries and on-site consumption licenses. It is before the community now. for community input. I think everybody knows my opinion. I will read something that I wrote later on. But unless a board member has something they'd like to say, I'm going to open it up to the public.
I would like to say something, Tom, which is that, at our work session, I think we were unanimous in the board not wanting to allow on-site consumption in the village. I had asked that we have a law prepared that would opt out of the on-site consumption licenses, but that went nowhere. Instead, the board decided to go for a all-out opt-out of everything. I think it's unfortunate because it really it suggests that there really isn't any discussion to be had here. That even what we were unanimous on, we couldn't bring that forward, and that perhaps the discussion we're having is a foregone conclusion. I mean, I believe we should allow dispensaries in the village. I do not believe we should allow consumption licenses, but unfortunately, that's not even what we're having a hearing over tonight. We're having a hearing over opting out of both pieces of this. So I think it's unfortunate that we're not having a hearing over both, but this is where we are.
And I agreed with you on that. I thought we should opt out of consumption licenses. That would be a place where people go to smoke marijuana or to eat an edible. But here we are. I thought that was a proposed compromise, but it didn't get acted upon.
Before we go forward, I would like to request that the board has received numerous emails, pro and con, and letters and other written communications to the board. Many of those people may not be able to join us, and I would like those to be submitted as part of the record.
That's fine.
Does anybody have an objection?
No, I think that's wise.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's a good
Sally,
idea.
can you make sure that is taken care of when you have time?
As long as they're sent to me, Trustee Natchez, I don't think I have many.
Okay, I'll look through my files.
Go through.
Sally, you can look through my email and see.
Okay,
And I will take a look to make sure you have them.
thank you.
Okay.
Does anybody in the public like to comment upon this
I
proposal?
just like to say
Oh,
one
sorry,
quick
I'm
thing.
sorry.
That's okay. It's just that, I know that people have probably read the law, but just as a background, the state adopted this law and the governor signed it in March. It was anticipated that the law would be implemented more quickly, but Governor Cuomo never appointed the boards that actually promulgate the regulations around this and issue the licenses. Governor Hochul has appointed some members, but not all. So it's not anticipated that either retail establishments or consumption lounges will be licensed in New York State at all this year, and maybe not until the end of next year. So this is not, something that would happen quickly. Municipalities have the ability to opt out till December 31st and opt in at any time. But municipalities that don't opt out by December 31st can never opt out. And we, basically don't know what the regulations around this are going to be. I mean, other states have done it well. We assume New York State will be able to figure this out, but we don't know what the regulations will be. So that's part of the background. And I also just want to say that one of my real concerns is we live in a village. The taxes, the municipalities get 3% of the 13% tax on these products sold at retail establishments and lounges or consumption establishments. But if you live in a village, you get 1.5%, and the town you live in gets another 1.5%. So I think it would be important for us to negotiate with the towns of Rye and the towns of Mamaroneck to make sure that if we opt in, or when that we are able to retain all of the tax revenue and not share it with the town, because we are it's occurring in our it's occurring within the boundaries of the village of Mamaroneck, the town of Rye doesn't really have real estate. It's composed of 3 villages, And the unincorporated section of the town of Mamaroneck is a different entity, and they have different, their zoning and police and all of the properties or all of the real estate that they supervise. But I do think we will be in a stronger position to negotiate to keep our 3% if we haven't defaulted into this. So that's part of my reasoning. I think we're a little late to the game on this. Other communities were more active in the spring, and we're kind of approaching the deadline. So that's my thinking in this. Thanks.
And Miss Joan Caton.
Joan, unmute yourself.
Oh, thank you. Yes, they were considering, I was told, having Ralph's at the end of our block here in Frank Avenue, being an area where people could pick up marijuana. We are between that it would be sold there or used there or utilized there. And we are between 4 schools. We have the Bellows School 1.5 blocks away. We have Daniel Warren. We have the high school about 8 blocks away. I think this would be really, excuse me?
The middle school.
The middle school, yes. We really feel that this would be a very big mistake to be giving out or selling or utilizing any of these marijuana drugs near our schools. We have Florence Park here, where children play all the time. We have a lot of children on our block now. There's one of them right here. This is Tyler. And I don't want Tyler to be out playing in a year or so, and somebody whizzes down the block because he's taken some drugs. And what we had when Ralph was there, when Ralph's ice cream parlor was there, what we had was people whizzing down the block. So that's my statement. Ron, did you want to? My husband here is here.
Well, our family have been residents on Frank Avenue in the village for 35 years. And we've seen the village grow and prosper, and we don't think this is appropriate for a village of our size with very many young children, where they would be exposed to older adults and teenagers frequenting shops that sell marijuana. So just as the other communities around us have opted out of selling this product, we believe Mamaroneck should opt out of it as well, completely.
Right. And we don't care about the extra tax money that we would get. As my daughter said, we've never sold our souls before in this community.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to clarify, I have never heard of anybody propose to put a marijuana store or a dispensary where Ralph's was. There were absolutely no plans in front of the building department for that. So I don't know where that information came from, but I can say definitively there have been no plans.
Thank you. The neighbors on our street have approached us today with that possibility. So I don't know where it came from, but that was where we heard it.
No, I'm sure that you heard it, and I would understand your concern, but I just want to squash that rumor. Thank you.
Yeah, well, in general, Mayor, we don't want it in the village.
I completely I got that. You made a good point.
Tom, if I might add, realtors have indicated that is a potential site.
So is that rumor coming from you?
No, I'm just telling you that I've heard it, and I've heard it from realtors that have been going around looking for things. That doesn't mean it would be there, but I'm just telling you.
No application and no plan for it. Thank you. Jarrett Winchester.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
It's ironic that a year ago we had a controversial issue here. It was the mural. And the same 2 people who voted for it And the same three people who didn't. And you guys decided you had to make a compromise and make a rule. And Trustee Lucas, I think you probably were that compromise. Because with all due respect, Trustee Natchez, I know where you stand, but it's wrong. Okay, so no one's talking about having this at schools. This village has always made money off of weed when it came to penalizing people who were smoking it. Now that it's legal, it's no more of a drug than you going to one of the 80 places where you can get liquor or alcohol in this village. And you don't sit outside and say there's going to be more police presence or it's predisposed to violence. I mean, you found a finding of fact to make this law when nobody, not one of you, commissioned anybody to determine what the response would be or the outcome would be. And then that's the presence of the law. So remember tonight, when you vote on it, the three of yous, you've already stated what your presence was, that you think it's going to be more crime. He says the police chief's against it and that there would be more police presence. Why? Is there any more police presence at the Duck-In or at any other bar in the village? No, it's part of the process. These places are run. Mamaroneck, it's time to get over the fact that marijuana has always been here. It's legal. And that's it. I mean, we talk about liberties and rights. This is what we're talking about, right? You don't have to entertain that establishment. I don't have to go into a bar if I don't want to. I don't have to go to any other place I don't want to. But I should have the right to if it's legal. So we can find a compromise and put it someplace. Make a law. You made a law that we can do what we wanted to do. This is what you guys do. But just compromise. I mean, you're a 5-0 board here. I'm sorry. Good night. Just please think about it. Think about what you're doing. I mean, you're like New York State giving away all that money to New Jersey and Connecticut when the lotto came out. And now, 30 years later, we're doing lottery? I mean, gambling establishments? Monticello? It's ridiculous. Just get it done. We did the bag law last time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Winchester. Ms. Purdy. Purdy.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, this is Mr. Puckett, not Purdy. Maybe I mistyped it in wrong. First of all, I'd like to say that Mayor Murphy, I really liked the letter that you wrote, and I kind of feel pretty much the way you wrote that. I've been a resident for 20 years in Mamaroneck, and I live on North Barry, and I've actually seen quite a lot of transactions that I've had to report to the police, not knowing what kind of transactions they might have been on my block. Anybody who's had a child go through the entire school system, I've had a child go through kindergarten through 12th grade and is now about to graduate from college. I'm not naive to the fact that my child grew up going to the Mamaroneck School District and that there wasn't the presence of marijuana in that school district during the entire 12 years that he grew up there. He told us about it. He knew about he knew the smell of it by the time he was 7. I mean, he would tell us about kids in the bathroom. So let's not pretend that marijuana hasn't been here all these years. It's just been here illegally, and I think in a more dangerous way. And I am for opting in because we have people with cancer that take marijuana. We have right now dispensaries are used more by people that have medical reasons, and it's legal. And so personally, I'm not a big fan of having liquor stores right in front of our school on the corner here. We have a bar, we have a liquor store right in front of the school right here on on Boston Post Road. So I think the board can find ways to make laws that say where the dispensaries will be. And you can make laws that say they can't be within, 5 miles of a school or 2 miles or whatever that is. But marijuana is now legal. I'm not a huge marijuana fan. I'm rarely found at a bar in Mamaroneck, but they are private establishments that have a right to exist because the law says they have a right to exist. And like your letter said, when prohibition did nothing to stop the use of alcohol, all it did was put it underground, and it put the pockets it put the money in the pockets of criminals. And I'd rather see the money go to private enterprises that manage the cultivation, the production in a safe manner as is regulated by the state of New York. And I'd like to see the taxes, part of it, go to the village. I don't think we should be posturing to try to see if we can get more out of Rye or more out of Mamaroneck or towns versus the villages. But I think they're gonna want their piece regardless. And I think for us right now, I don't think we should be opting out. I think we should be opting in. The option is there. We were given a deadline. If we opt out, we're telling all the businesses that are thinking about possibly opening up dispensaries that they can't do anything. And I don't think that's fair. Just like I don't think it's fair for somebody who's waiting for the next liquor license to be able to open it up somewhere in Mamaroneck. The law says you can do it. It should be done. And personally, I'm not a huge fan of it, but I believe that sunshine is the best disinfectant. And I think that having the dispensaries being legalized and under a watchful eye are much better than having people selling it on the corners and possibly buying products that are laced with other drugs like fentanyl. And if it flows down somehow, then it flows down, but at least it will be regulated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Puckett. Ms. Short.
Sorry, I had to unmute. Yes, I really liked what you wrote, Mr. Mayor, whatever I'm meant to say, call you. I think it was very well thought out. You put every possible argument in there and answered to it, which I think is a really good idea. I'm very disappointed in our 3 trustees. I feel that every time we have a major discussion in this community, that there's 3 of you who always come up with contempt prior to investigation. And I don't think that's what somebody on a board should be doing. I think you should be doing your research like Mr. Murphy did. And if you saw the original post I put on Nextdoor and the people who've done their homework versus the people who haven't done their homework, it was very interesting. First of all, most people said there's going to be very few licenses given out in the state, and we'd be very, very lucky to get one. They cost $250,000, the license. So no, just Tom, Dick, and Harry is going to be opening up a dispensary. And I do believe, I like what that person said, no posturing as to let's sort out Rye and Mamaroneck. The other thing is, what are you talking about, Nora? I truly trust that New York State is going to do a good job on regulating this. Why would we suddenly live in this rinky-dink state that is going to make their own regulations when so many states have already done the work? And I did read somewhere that someone said that the homelessness in Denver is due to people smoking marijuana and that law. That is not true. I worked with the homeless in California. The homeless situation these days is very different to what it was 10 years ago. The homeless now is to do with the opioid crisis. You go and spend time with the homeless and you will find out exactly what is going on there. And I just want to say that I think there's a lot of misinformation around this. And there's a lot of people that just say, I've lived here all my life, but you've got to go and see these dispensaries and you've got to do the homework before you just come up with this random decision that this isn't going to work in this village. We live in a diverse community. Everybody, 90% of the people I speak to, whether it's in the dog parks, the people I work for, whether it's, you know, just walking the streets, they all say, and people I'm so shocked just turn around and laugh and say, this is so ridiculous that people would not consider, you know, a dispensary. I mean, I don't know anyone I've spoken to in public who's turned around and said, oh my God, this is a terrible idea. So, you know, I just feel very strongly that I would like to see our 3 trustees who always vote the other way, without even doing any background research and saying it's going to bring more traffic or we're going to need more cops. No, go and do the full homework. Thank you.
Thank you. The next up, we're going to go to Ms. Purdy because she got cut off before, and then we'll go to Mr. Abadi, and then Alana, and then Marisol. Tom, what do you see in this Purdy? She was just not. She just keeps knocking herself off. All right, go to Mr. and Mrs. Abadi. Hi, unmute yourself. Mr. and Mrs. Abadi, please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, Jim.
Hey, Tom. First off, I want to make sure I say that my wife is, we're both on this, so she's going to want to speak and raise her hand also.
All right, all right. Okay.
I want to skip. You know, first of all, I want to say this is not an attack, and this is not. Everybody has an opinion. The one thing I do have to say, I've been in recovery for 20 years myself. You know, is marijuana a gateway drug? Listen, that goes both ways. For people with addiction, yes. Many people with alcoholism, drug addiction, marijuana was a gateway drug. I sit in AA meetings and I hear people share all the time how marijuana was a gateway drug, but that's not what this discussion is going to be about. You know, I just like to say, listen, obviously being a recovered addict, I'm not for it. I've seen many lives ruined behind alcohol and drugs, and starting with marijuana. But the reason I asked that we opt out is there's really not a lot of research done with any of this. And as far as I'm concerned, and I'm not an expert on this opinion, they passed this law without doing enough science behind everything. The police have a hard time dealing with it. And as far as it's going to stop the illegal drug sales, that it's never going to happen. That's always going to be here. Okay, so that's not going to stop anything. You know, you'll be able to go in the store and buy it, you know, but people are still going to sell drugs, they're still going to sell marijuana. Why we want to put it in the village of Mamaroneck, I don't understand. And I have a hard time trying to understand that. Why are we pushing to have a dispensary in Mamaroneck? For what? For the minute money that you think you're going to make, you can make in a lot of other ways in Mamaroneck. Tickets, there's plenty of revenue to make money in Mamaroneck. Now, we don't need to sell our souls. And like this gentleman said before, I believe that we should opt out now until there's a lot more research done and there's a lot more laws behind it. Because right now it's up in the air. I did some studying on it. And I don't know why certain people that are fighting for it, what are they getting out of it? Once again, as a recovered and recovering alcoholic, which I recover every day, I just don't think it's a good idea. That's my opinion. I wish I could have been on the board not legalizing it. I don't, you know, listen, it's like everything else. What are they going to legalize next? What's going to be next? You know, heroin, is that going to be next? You can't say that marijuana doesn't have effects. It does have effect on the brain. It does have effect in senses when you're driving. There's plenty of research behind that. And you allow people to smoke because you're allowing them to buy it now. You know, I own a business in the Bronx. All day long, all I smell is weed. 24/7. There's a Wendy's next door to me, and in my car wash, I smell weed all day. Guys get out there half zombied. And that's just reality. And that's the truth. So anyway, I just guess what I'm saying is I think we should opt out now. We could always opt back in after they do some more research. I don't know what the rush is. We have a lot more things to worry about, like flooding in this village. That should be our number one concern. I know that's not what the meeting is about tonight, but I just think we should opt out right now. We could always revisit this, Tom, and after maybe they come out with some better science and maybe some more laws. And let's support our police department also. I know that they're not for it for whatever the reasons. The Village of Mamaroneck should support them a little bit more also. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Jimmy. Laura?
I'm gonna raise my hand after. I'll give it a break in between the two of us.
Okay. Okay. Alana?
Hello there. Thank you for listening to me. This sort of kind of got me by surprise. Can you hear me, first of all? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so I got an email on Friday encouraging residents to speak out because there was a revenue opportunity. And this just was, like I said, totally surprising. So, I actually grew up in Colorado and I saw how Colorado changed from the 1980s when I was a girl to the University of Colorado, and then going back, before the pandemic, there were a lot of changes. Okay. So first of all, I want to give some credit to Nora, who I think has done an incredible amount of research. I mean, I called her and I said, explain this tax situation to me. She had done the work. So I know that Hillary Short had mentioned that there had not been a lot of work done, but I give credit to Nora. A lot of people think that it's a 13% tax and Mamaroneck's going to get 13%. Well, that's not the case. She just broke it down. New York State gets 9%. The county gets 1%. So 10% off the back is already going to social justice programs, whether the dispensary is in Mamaroneck or whether it's in New Rochelle. If you want to buy pot, go to New Rochelle. They opted in. And if you want to do a good thing for, social justice, go buy it in New Rochelle. Your 10% is going to go to help social justice. We are a tiny village of 20,000. Just because you're a contractor doesn't mean we need to build a Home Depot in the middle of Mamaroneck. Go to New Rochelle, buy your lumber there. So first of all, the other thing is, if it leaves 3% revenue for Mamaroneck, which we then have to, share with the towns, then we might only get 1.5%. Is it really worth taking on 100% of the law enforcement burden for the 1.5% tax? So right off the bat, that email that I got saying we've got a great revenue opportunity, debunked. This is not a great revenue opportunity. And the fact that the village police are saying they're against it, listen to these people. They're the ones who are dealing with drug situations all day long. So the other thing is, doing a little research, I found out that Larchmont has opted out. Portchester has opted out. Rye has opted out. Why would we create the additional burden for Mamaroneck? If this reminds me of Ralph's Ices, where people came from God knows where to get their Ralph's Ice, and it caused traffic issues. It caused such a hubbub in this village. Imagine if that was a marijuana dispensary. It makes no sense to me. So, and then Hillary Short had also said that people did not do the research. Well, I did do the research. In 2021, the Colorado Criminal Justice Department published a report after nearly a decade of learnings about legal marijuana. It's a 188-page report. God bless you if you want to read the whole thing. I scanned it and I found a few things that I thought were really shocking. One of which is that 73%, that's 73%, 3/4 of all youth in treatment facilities report that marijuana is their primary substance of abuse. So I agree that it's a gateway drug, but if you don't, then 73% of the kids in Colorado are in treatment centers because of marijuana. You can make the argument, oh, but kids aren't going to have marijuana. These are really well-regulated facilities. You have to be 21 to purchase marijuana. Well, I pretty much remember that you have to be 21 to purchase vapes. And I see vapes, on the parks, in the streets. My son came home and said that they were kept after class on Friday because a vape was found in the school. My girlfriend told me that her child said that kids are vaping all day long in the high school bathroom. It's very unfortunate. Now imagine that it's marijuana. These are children with underdeveloped minds. They're not already successful, cool adults who are just taking the edge off. These are kids, and life is hard. And drugs are an easy way out. Let's give our kids a chance to stay fully engaged. My husband's a teacher. My neighbor taught at a college and said that the number of stoners and kids just kind of opting out. It's hard to get through school, and if you're stoned the whole time, you're not going to get a great education. You're not going to get a great job. We're doing a disservice to our youth. The other statistics that showed up in this 2021 report from the Colorado Criminal Justice Department was that both DUIs and hospitalizations increased over 100%. And somebody on the internet said, yeah, but it only doubled. It only doubled like an extra 1,000 people. Excuse me, but to me, one DUI is too many DUIs. And the man and the woman who talked earlier about people cruising down the streets on Frank Avenue, God forbid, there are children everywhere. So I urge the Board of Trustees to opt out duly marijuana dispensaries and consumption lounges in the Village of Mamaroneck. Thank you.
Thank you. Marisol Rivera Thurman.
Unmute. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. Happy to follow Mr. Abate and Alana, because they both said things that I want to reiterate. This is definitely in my, I'm a therapist. I'm in the mental health field. I'm also a parent, and I can speak from both of those perspectives in terms of the dangers of marijuana. To me, this is not about the people who use it for medical reasons, people who have chronic pain issues, who have terminal illnesses, and who currently have a way of getting it. It's about our children. And kids are watching. If the Village of Mamaroneck opens a dispensary, we will be saying that we approve of weed. Kids will be noticing that. We want to send a message that we don't approve for children. The statistics that Alana mentioned in Colorado, because they've been the ones kind of long tracking the data. If you talk to your cops, there's a reason why they don't want this. As a social worker, I can tell you that the substance abuse places, like Alana said, that are admitting kids these days, youth, it's for marijuana addiction. It is the gateway drug. If you talk to ER doctors, the kids who are showing up in the ER with psychotic breaks, it's because they're smoking marijuana. It's a very dangerous thing. We don't have enough data, and we shouldn't be jumping on this. I think Mr. Abate saying that let's take our time. Believe me, once you approve something like this, you can't change your mind. Take our time. We have years and years, God willing, of the Village of Mamaroneck to be able to make decisions. But I can tell you, boots on the ground, that my anecdotal stories are real, and you can talk to your cops about them. I parked a car the other day. I was getting out of my car. I look next to me. There's like an 18-year-old kid rolling a joint he's in the driver's seat, rolling the joint in the driver's seat. He's going to smoke and he's going to drive. That, if we had the dispensary in Mamaroneck, would be happening very, very frequently. And the avenue would be smelling like pot. So it's a quality of life issue as well. So I really urge you to be wise and to hold the standard for our children here, and not to cater to the needs of adults who can go find marijuana somewhere else. Thank you.
Thank you. Go to TR.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. And
Hi.
board.
Who's that?
This is Tim and Reed O'Connor.
Hi, guys.
Hi there. So here we are. So listen to everybody's examples tonight of the horror show of trying to force this mandate or this law through the channels here through the village is totally absurd. I know there's a date out there. It was just mentioned. Is it an approval date that has to be, I guess, met by December 31st?
What it is?
That we're rushing way through this.
Mr. O'Connor, what it is, just let me explain that. what it is if we do not pass a law opting out by December 31st, we automatically opt in. That's why it's on the agenda tonight.
Right, understood, and thank you for the clarification. But like Mr. Abadi said, is that we're rushing way too fast to go through this. We need to take a step back, take a look and see what's going around. I don't think selling out the village of Mamaroneck to the residents here to bring in a dispensary is the right thing to do. You're selling out the taxpayers, you're selling out all the, especially the children here. And this is not the right way to do it, you know, to actually acquire a little bit of the tax revenue from this, it's a trade-off. You know, there's making money off of one side, and on the other hand, you're putting everybody here in the village, you know, you're compromising us. There's no safety with it. The police department is setting them up for, you know, I guess a situation where, you know, they need to manage this. They're at a loss. You're setting them up for failure. The technology is not there yet to manage post sales of marijuana when people take it. You know, somebody walks in to a dispensary, he gets high, gets in the car, they get pulled over. There's no technology there. So I think we should take a step back and wait for the technology to step up. That way we can better manage you know, the situation here with DUI with pot smoking. We are the friendly village. We shouldn't be recognized as the pot smoking village. We shouldn't be known as the weed house village. This is the friendly village. And here's an opportunity for us to step up to be the first community around our neighbors with Larchmont to stand firm to say, you know what, we're not going through this. We're opting out.
Thank you. Okay. Go to Allison Stabile.
Hi,
Well-
good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Takes a few seconds for that unmute myself label to pop up. You've had a lot of speakers who have made compelling arguments, and they've been more eloquent than I would be, but I'm just chiming in to put in my 2 cents. I think it's a mistake to opt in at this point in time. I think it makes a whole heck of a lot more sense to go through the process of opting out. And as several other people have said, slow down and become better informed. Do a little bit more research as to what on earth, you know, having a dispensary in the village of Mamaroneck would mean. And having watched the very compelling presentation by the police department a while back, I would heed their advice and go slow. So I don't think there's any rush to opt in at this time, because once you opt in, you have no choice but to be in. It's grandfathered. And I think that's a big mistake. So I'm all for erring on the side of caution and doing more due diligence before a discussion about actually having a business in the village is had. Thank you.
Thank you. Go to Shannon Purdy. Shannon, unmute yourself.
Okay, let's give this a shot. How's that?
You're back on.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for your patience, Mr. Mayor and others. I'm Shannon Purdy. I'm here actually representing tonight One Mamaroneck, which is a local anti-racism nonprofit in the village I'm hoping most of you are familiar with by now. While our mission centers on, you know, the safety and protection of kids in the Mamaroneck Union Free School District, we do also have a charge to serve the greater community in our anti-racism efforts. Cannabis prohibition actually began in the early 20th century and was something that was used at that time to target Latinos and Black jazz musicians in a way that alcohol prohibition differed from significantly. You know, in the years that followed, of course, We saw the growing, blossoming sort of mass incarceration, economy that has benefited from these low-level drug crimes. In a 2018 analysis, actually by the New York Times, Latinx people across the city were arrested at 5 times the rate as whites for the same low-level cannabis violations. For Black folks, it was 15 times that number. And so what New York, like many states, has done is to acknowledge and recognize that while there are a number of folks who will never use cannabis, who never wish to enjoy it recreationally, who just, it doesn't turn them on. A full 68% of the American public support the legalization of cannabis. And a big part of this, big part of this is to redress the racial injustice that this intoxicant has caused for so many people of color across our country. In New York, as we know, the legislation is, intentionally set up to benefit communities of color. The dispensaries themselves are shelved for 40% non-white ownership. We think that is just an incredibly exciting opportunity. We also think that Mamaroneck is different. Right? It's not like its neighboring municipalities. And we think that that's kind of what makes it a little bit special. We very, very much appreciate how folks acknowledge that, Mamaroneck, the village, is a place of diversity. It's a hub of intercultural, international kind of experiences. But by deciding upon a ban on cannabis dispensaries based on fear-mongering and racist tropes, that's just not going to be centering and celebrating the kind of village that we think all of you are interested in living in. And so One Mamaroneck, has very much heard from our community of families, of, alumni of the school district. We strongly support, dispensaries being allowed to safely and legally operate in the village, and let us know what else we can do to help.
Thank you, Ms. Purdy. Go to Mamo 914, and then we'll go back to the previous people that had spoken before.
Okay. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, but just if you could please identify yourself.
Sure. Maria Prudian.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. So I became aware of this meeting last night at like 11 o'clock at night. So I quickly this morning, because it was very disturbing to me, was able to reach out to some people. Many of my neighbors, friends in this community had no idea. So on such short notice, we were able to have a petition started, and only in a matter of 7 hours, we have 55 people who signed it, who are against this dispensary opening. I live right near Florence Park, and 2 times recently, this past Sunday and a Sunday recently, beautiful 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a bunch of Rhineck kids, they were very proud, they had their Rhineck Panther shirts and t-shirts on, were sitting, rolling joints as little kids were riding by and elderly people were taking a walk. And I felt like I was back in Bryant Park in the 1980s before it got cleaned up and became the beautiful park that it is today. And just this Sunday, a guy came in from the other end of Florence Park on English Place, started talking to a squirrel up in a tree. I stopped, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. And then he just sat right down and pulled out a Ziploc bag and started to roll a joint and smoke. So right here across the street from my house is what I'm seeing, and that's without a dispensary being open. I'm a little perplexed because I thought years ago the Starbucks was not allowed to be here in Mamaroneck. And I'm wondering why we wouldn't allow a Starbucks, but we would allow a dispensary. We're talking about tax money, and at the end of the day, sometimes it's not about money. I mean, we live in this area. We pay enough taxes in this area. Now we're worried about saving a couple of dollars. And what impact would that have, to be honest with you, on the restaurants that are already having a bit of a hard time? Because as it is, Larchmont and Rye are perceived to be the nicer towns, where a lot of people go to dine. A lot of people, I have an 8th grader, a lot of the girls, a lot of the parents drop their kids in Larchmont or they drop them in Rye. They don't drop them off to walk up and down the avenue. The perception of Mamaroneck Avenue is not what the perception of Larchmont or Rye is. Now we're going to put a dispensary there. And I also have a question, just, I'm glad the Abadis spoke, because I've read a lot. There was actually just Alana Stone posted something interesting article about a gentleman who lost 2 boys. They started out smoking pot and then they moved on to bigger and better drugs, which eventually killed them. And I'm just wondering, I'd like to ask Hillary Short, the opioid addiction that center she worked at, how did they start? Did they just start with opioid? I doubt they did. Anyway, I'm firmly against it. I have 55 people behind me who are firmly against it. And I'm sure if we were able to get out and speak to more people over the next few days, you would find that there are a lot more people that would like to opt out of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, go back to Laura Abadi.
Laura, unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I've listened to a lot this evening and had many conversations over the past several months in regard, and also into sending a very lengthy email in my opposition to a dispensary to the board and mayor. I could go on and on. I can probably say a million things, but what really needs to be heard here is that we don't want to be that destination. Gee, let's go to Mamaroneck because they have a dispensary. I hear it's really great. Let's go visit it. I am all for medical marijuana and anything that can help anybody in health need. But I just don't understand, in the situation that we're in currently and the situation we're in the world itself, why we're focusing so much on something that doesn't have any foundation. There are no field sobriety tests in place. There is no plan. There are no laws. As soon as that law came down, the behavior of the residents in the village of Mamaroneck turned overnight. People are smoking pot in the street, on the sidewalk, disrespecting police officers by smoking pot in front of their face when they're being spoken to. There's videos all over Facebook in regard. There's no sanction. There's no sanction whatsoever. They're in their cars, they're on the sidewalk, they're in your park with your children. It's just, there's no balance. This rolled out overnight, like just free willy and with no thought, the cart before the horse, clear and concise. That needed to be not even here at this level in the village. That should have came from the top in place before it even was released to the public and through municipalities as far as making pot legal. That should even happen without things in place, field sobrieties in place. There's nothing there. There's no warrant for this to occur at this moment. What Jimmy said, I mirror what everybody said as far as race. Drugs don't discriminate. There's 2 things that don't discriminate: your health and drugs. They don't pick and choose who they want to take down or hurt or make suffer. That happens by your own person's hand. I live by choice in my family's home in the most diverse neighborhood in the village of Mamaroneck. And the behavior that I have witnessed in the past few months with marijuana being legal is absolutely disturbing. We have systems in place for our police to monitor people driving drunk. We have a law in place to stop them and place them in jail if they harm somebody or harm somebody else. We don't have that in place now. And we have an imbalance in the village of Mamaroneck. Complete imbalance. To even rationalize, glorify, or romance this in any way, shape, or form, that this is going to bring revenue to us, or it's going to be the new hotspot, or this is something we need. This is not something we need. What we need is a balance in the village of Mamaroneck. We need to fix our infrastructure. We need to fix the flooding. We need to find, more affordable housing. Those are needs. We have systems in place to have revenue. We need to enforce those systems to make our village more money. We don't need to bring any more to our plate than we can handle at present. You have a complete entire village saying no. There are people saying yes, but they're glorifying the issue and finding so many moving parts of an agenda to make it look attractive. There's nothing attractive of this. These stories aren't fabricated, glorified. I mean, I watched a guy walk up and down my street, cleaning my street during the flood, and he had a joint the size of a billy club in his hand. I mean, it's out of control. It's like the Wild West overnight. And we don't have any laws in place to stop it. Right now you can't smoke cigarettes in a playground and schools or anywhere of that such where tobacco products are written. But all I have to do is go around the corner or go to Columbus Park or go to the harbor and everybody's smoking pot and doing what they want to do. Like at this point, we should be writing laws. No smoking pot 1,000 feet from any public park. No smoking pot on Mamaroneck Avenue so it doesn't disturb your dining. There's so much to go to the table about, and we don't need to bring race into this because drugs don't discriminate. Didn't discriminate against my husband, didn't discriminate against me, didn't discriminate against my cousin, my grandfather, my grandmother, anyone. I just don't want to hear the bullying when it comes to whose choices or who didn't vote for what or who didn't do their homework. Everybody's doing their homework about this. Everybody's passionate about it. And everybody has an opinion. But there's factual evidence, and we all know that this is true, and we can't change that it's harmful, and we can't change that we're not ready for it. And we have bigger fish to fry than to worry about this. I say opt out tonight, table it, walk away from it, and let's fix this village and get going.
Thank you. Shannon Purdy has somebody with her who wants to speak. Mr. Wells, I believe it is.
Yes. Hello?
Hello, sir.
Hello, this is Dante Wells with One Mamaroneck. How's everyone doing this evening?
Good, thank you.
Good, awesome, amazing. I just want to take a chance, just be very real and authentic here. What is the real detrimental issue to having this here? I hear a lot of people saying things about, it's gonna turn, our kids into, this, that, and the third, and monsters. And I'm just like, honestly, I am 24 years old, so I have been around people who have dispensaries. I know people who are young entrepreneurs that have dispensaries, people that use marijuana themselves. They're quite productive, honestly. If I ask you, I really don't. There are no negative things that possibly could happen, like if anything, it's gonna bring more business to the town, because it's one of few dispensaries in X amount of miles. If anything, you'll get more people coming to the dispensary from far and wide because it's the only one within driving range. I really don't see what the pullback is, if there's parents concerned, if you don't want your kid in there, tell them. And I'm pretty sure you can't even go into dispensary. I know for a fact you can't go into dispensaries if you don't have ID. If you're not of age, it's like walking into a liquor store. If someone sees a kid going there, they're like, "Excuse me, hello, you can't be in here." So, I see no real issue or harm other than people personally just having their gears grinded. We have to look at what this can actually bring: revenue, income. This is only going to help the village. It's going to give Mamaroneck, which is a great place, a better name. I really don't like. Listen, I'm trying very hard to look at it from both sides, and when I flip the coin and try and see the negatives, I can't help but try and attach some kind of envious, or agenda behind it, saying, I don't want this here because of this or that, because it's going to attract bad people. I'll tell you right now, that's a lie. Because look at who we're trying to, if this does happen, who it will attract. If I'm being honest, pot smokers are very mellow, relaxed people. I'm just really having a hard time trying to be very, real about what the bad and what the negative part of having this in the town could possibly be. Listen, I get people have their morals. There's some people who don't smoke. There's people who don't drink. There's people who don't even eat meat. There's people who have all different walks of life and believe in certain things and say no to this and no to that. That's cool. That's amazing. But let's really look at what this can do for the town. What kind of image this gives the town. It's going to give the town a great town. It's 2021. It's not. We're not in. The 80s anymore. People. Recreation, like marijuana is used now recreationally, and there's so many. If I'm being honest, the amount of creativity it brings is out of this world. So I really sat here and I tried to look at both sides, but I just feel for the people that are against have just tried to attach something so negative towards it. And if I could give you an example, look at who's been incarcerated, for use of it, just as an example of that, from the early 90s going all the way up to, I would say, about the 2010s, Black and brown people. But now all across America, you have, if I'm being quite honest, you have people making millions off of this. People in Colorado and Nevada, but I can't help but see this with, people trying to attach, when, let's be real, they're saying, bad people will come and, use, it's going to attract bad people into our neighborhood, into our village. What are you really trying to say here? I've listened and I've heard, and I just want to ask those people, just be real, just say what you really want to say. So
okay. Thank you, Mr. Wells.
I'm sorry?
I said thank you.
Of course. Thank you.
Have a good evening. Well, everybody else with a hand up has already had an opportunity to speak, and this isn't a back and forth between people. You've addressed the Board of Trustees, so we're gonna move on. I think the board talked about keeping this open for another 2 weeks, so there'll be another opportunity in 2 weeks unless something changes here tonight. The letter I wrote was referenced a couple of times. So I just want to take this opportunity to read it because, I understand people's trepidation. I understand people's reticence on this issue, but I just want people to understand where I'm coming from. And The name of the letter I sent out to the community was Prohibition of Cannabis Dispensaries in Mamaroneck. And I said, dear friends, I know this issue has sparked much debate in the community. A friend who disagrees with me asked me why I don't want to ban dispensaries in Mamaroneck. I understand that many of you will disagree with me, but you deserve to know my reasoning. Below is my response to that friend. I believe that dispensaries will have the effect of making it harder for minors to access cannabis by drying up the illegal market that has been flourishing for at least the past 50 years. I don't know of any teenager that couldn't tell you where or from whom to buy pot under the past cannabis laws. The dispensaries that I have visited are extremely strict about examining and verifying identification. I believe that dispensaries will actually help make it more difficult for kids to purchase pot in the long term by making the illegal business less profitable. This is what happened with alcohol after Prohibition. We saw the same results with illegal gambling after the state started running the numbers instead of organized crime. That doesn't mean that I condone, support, or encourage drinking or gambling. It is just that I'm recognizing the fact that they are present in our society and that we have had zero luck at prohibiting them. The same applies to marijuana. If we don't have dispensaries in Mamaroneck, we will have what we have now, an underground drug trade that is unsafe and unregulated. I don't believe that pot is a gateway drug. There is much research refuting that contention. I say this as a person who has been in recovery for 36 years. I wouldn't recommend smoking pot to anyone at any age. It definitely has deleterious effects on kids and adults, but not allowing dispensaries does absolutely nothing to change that dynamic. It has been my experience that those of us with the genetic bent to get addicted get hooked on substances. I meant myself, addicts like myself. Millions of folks in this country use alcohol and pot recreationally with no negative effect on their lives. We need to put more focus in America on treating addiction and not on drug wars that never seem to end and litter our streets with victims. There is also the racial, social justice aspect of this law that New York State passed. I deeply believe that all communities should participate in rectifying the gross injustice that was visited upon people of color under the past laws. The enforcement of those laws was always focused incredibly disproportionately on people of color. This happened even though cannabis usage was always roughly about the same for whites and people of color. The law, as passed by New York State, reserves 50% of the licenses of dispensaries for minorities. We should be partners in the healing because we, all of New York State, are definitely part of the injury. I am sure I haven't changed your view. That wasn't my goal, but I hope you can have better insight into why I feel the way I do. I know that this is an issue that sparks a lot of deep feelings, and I respect those deep feelings. But as an elected official, I wanted to give you a complete view of why I do and say what I do. Is there a motion on the board to adjourn this until the second meeting in November? No, the first meeting in November, which would be, help me out, Sally, November 8th?
So moved.
Yes, Tom, November 8th.
Is there a second?
Yes, if everybody's spoken, I would second that.
Or we call the motion on adjourning this public hearing to November 8th. But before you do that, let me just explain what that means to the people who are here tonight. The board talked about this before. We wanted to give everybody a chance to have their say. And we didn't want to feel like anything that happened here was rushed or hurried. So we're holding this open for another 2 weeks for folks who want to participate in the discussion and for folks to have their say. So tonight is not the end of this. If folks are pro or con, please feel free to voice your opinion. As it seems right now, I think there's a good chance that the village is going to opt out, but that's how democracy works. But I just want to let you know that this is not the end. We're not voting tonight on the law. We are voting to take it up again on November 8th. So Augie, please call the roll.
Trustee Winthrop,
Yes.
Natchez,
Natchez, you have to unmute yourself.
Trustee Nash, Trustee Lucas,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy. Aye.
Thank you all. Thank you for everybody who took the time to come out and participate in retail democracy. Okay, next item on the agenda is the order of the bills. We're just getting to the agenda. Budget transfers, MEC. This is transferring $19,999 from Parks Building Improvement Service and Contract Service to Park overtime lines. Does anybody have any questions or concerns?
I don't have any concerns or questions, but it would be more helpful if we could have this earlier when we're anticipating it rather than after it's been, done.
What you want to say?
This hasn't been done. We're asking for permission.
They're asking for permission to do it.
Then the memo, the resolution says that they've had to do all the work. Maybe I'm reading it wrong. That's what I believe it's saying. I don't have a problem with what is being done. Don't misunderstand that.
So I think, Dan, are you saying then that you would rather the village manager or clerk treasurer come to us before the overtime is incurred? That's what you're
I'm saying is we know when we're getting to near the use of a budget item, and we know that there's something going to go on that will require more. That it would be a better thing to do.
No, Dan, let me clarify this for you. The third whereas a budget transfer, as noted below, is requested to transfer the excess funds to cover the additional overtime needed through the end of the year. They haven't spent it yet.
Okay.
Never mind. I need a motion.
So moved.
I'll second. Augie, please.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. The next is $30,000 from the COVID line. Thank God we had a COVID line this year, right? To $30,000 contract service from COVID. Whereas a budget transfer is requested to transfer this fund is noted to cover the current and future expenses of the current fiscal years. Anybody have any questions? Need a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Augie?
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Okay. Next is abstract of audited vouchers, and tonight's audited vouchers are $617,144.47. Pardon me. Somebody have any questions or concerns? Okay, hearing none, I need a motion.
So moved.
Need a second.
Second.
Augie, please.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Here you go, buddy. Okay. Old business. We're not, the board decided not to move on a resolution authorizing a public relations firm to help the village with executing and getting the Army Corps of Engineers project done. So we're going to hold off on that. Move on to 4A. Resolution authorizing extension of agreement with Sport Time. We formed a committee, an ad hoc committee, to talk about the future of tennis in Harbor Island Park, but the pandemic kind of sidelined all of that because they couldn't meet, and everybody had other priorities, to tell you the truth, like staying alive. And so we're coming to the end of Sport Time's current contract. They end in August 31st, 2022. So we want to get ahead of it and give us time. So this is a 2 years extension of Sport Time's current contract. Anybody have any questions or concerns? Somebody please make a motion.
So moved.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Laura, and thank you, Kelly. Please call roll.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes,
Lucas,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Announcing and scheduling special Board of Trustees meeting. And there are two here. I don't have the paper.
November 17th and November 18th,
On November 17th at what time?
5 p.m.
At 5 p.m.
and November 18th at 6:30 p.m.
November 18th at 6:30 p.m. Anybody have any questions or concerns on the board? I need a motion, please.
Do we need to say what they're for?
No?
I'll move.
Can you just repeat those dates and times again?
November 17th, 5 p.m., November 18th, 6:30 p.m.
Mayor,
Yes, Al.
did you want to talk about setting the other meeting, or will you do that at another time?
We'll do it another. Send an email out tomorrow about that. Sally's talking about setting a meeting for the organization.
Okay, will do.
Okay. Can I have a motion, please, on the 17th and 18th?
We have a first, we need a second.
Oh, I'll second. Call the roll.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes,
Lucas,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Resolution authorizing execution of an IMA with the county for day camp reimbursement. The county gives us, what is it? It's $9,008 to hire camp counselors and lifeguards. Put to good use. We had a great day camp this year, and we appreciate the county funneling us this money. And we have to have an intermunicipal agreement, an IMA, to put it into effect, and this would be approving it. Any questions, concerns?
Nope, just thank them.
Yeah. So moved.
Second, please.
Second.
Will you please?
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
yes,
Lucas,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Hillside Avenue Bridge, resolution authorizing Hillside Avenue Bridge sewer replacement change order. The Hillside Avenue Bridge is being replaced, but this really isn't about that. What's going on is under the bridge runs a sewer line under the river. We've had trouble before with sewer lines running under rivers, leaking effluent out and polluting our waters. What this would do is replace that sewer line with the line attached to the bridge. And it would replace a 6-inch sewer line with an 8-inch sewer line. As it stands right now, if there's ever a problem with a 6-inch sewer line, you're required to change it to an 8-inch sewer line by the County Department of Health. So not only is this a good practice environmentally, it's a good practice because we would have to do it eventually whenever there's a problem with that line. So that in some substance is what this is, and this is coming out, Jared, this is coming out of the sanitary sewer rehabilitation work, right?
That's correct, and the sewer fund.
And the sewer fund.
Mhm, that's right.
$389,000, $389,323.
Mhm.
Somebody have any questions or concerns? I'd like a motion, please.
So moved. Second.
Augie, call.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
yes,
Lucas,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
All right. The board received, the next item is item E. For E, the board received a spreadsheet with some proposed minor changes to the fee structure for recreation. And we talked about it in work session. Very few minor, a couple of minor adjustments for residents. Non-residents are paying a little more in certain instances. Mostly resident fees don't move at all. Anybody have any questions or concerns? I'll make the motion. We adopt the proposed changes to the fees as outlined by Jason Pinto in his memo.
I'll second.
Augie?
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Resolution authorizing execution of contract for key fob system. Jerry, you want to talk about this, pal?
Mayor, this is a upgrade and replacement of the existing entry and key fob system at headquarters, which since we experienced significant damage of volunteers, now has 3 fire companies. And as I told the board earlier, we run our emergency operations center out of that. The current system is failing. The technology is old and it causes all sorts of issues, such as trapping the village manager in an office one night. And so we need to replace it and upgrade it. But I was saved by the fire department.
That's one way of keeping you on the job.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, anybody have any questions or concerns?
No.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Mr. Fusco?
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Communication to the board round 2.
We have one.
Yeah, Jared's hand's been up all night. I think it's just stuck.
Be getting tired by now. Oh, there he is.
Jared, you have your hand up or you just stuck in? Jared? I think Jared's hand was just stuck up.
It just went down too.
Yeah. That was all you call him. My mother told me if you ever hit a priest, your hand sticks up out of the grave. I swear to God.
You believed her.
Oh, yeah. I believed everything. I never hit a priest.
Amazing you don't own a bridge.
Oh, the stuff they told me. Report from the village manager.
Mayor, I was preparing a report, but I was advised that I'm probably better off doing that in executive session in the future and not now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Report from clerk treasurer.
Nothing to report, Mayor.
Report from Mr. Village attorney.
Nothing from me tonight, Mayor.
Thank you. Minutes, commissions, boards, and committees. Tonight we have minutes of the Board of Trustees from October 12th, work and regular session. Minutes of the Board of Architecture review meeting of September 21st, 2021. Minutes of the planning board meeting of September 22nd, 2021. Minutes of the Board of Ethics of July 19th and September 21st, 2021. Minutes of the Budget Committee meeting of August 4th, 2021. Minutes of the Tree Committee of June 24th, 2021. Before we adjourn, I just want to remind everybody that there is a significant storm coming our way, a rain event, and possibly nor'easter. So please take the usual precautions. The village is doing everything that we usually do in these situations. This is another prime example of why we have to get ahead of the curve on the Army Corps of Engineers plan and make sure our residents have the protection that they need. But for those of you who are just hearing about it first, please, you're allowed to move your car to any of the village parking lots. The parking lots up by Modern on a Rail and up at a railroad station are not village parking lots. So we cannot guarantee that you will not get some kind of a ticket, whatever they give out there. But we have Hunter lot over here. We have various lots. There's one East Prospect Avenue. There's Harbor Island Park.
Spencer Avenue.
Spencer Avenue. So avail yourself of those parking lots that always tend to stay dry. Harbor Island always has ample parking, right? And you won't be charged, and you'll get your car out of harm's way. Hopefully, this is just belts and suspenders, and none of this is going to happen. But I know people get nervous about it. So please feel free to park in any of the dry village parking lots. Thank you. And could I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Have a good night.
Good night. Thank you, everybody.
Hi, everybody.
Thank you.
Doo-doo-doo, doo-doo-doo.